Good rising, everyone, and welcome back to Coffee Talk. Excuse me one sec. How are y'all doing this fine Moonday morning? It is Moonday, April 3rd, 2023. And we are heading into the full moon here in the next couple days. Excuse me, I'll turn my camera on in just a second. I am still putting stuff on my eyeballs. How are y'all doing today? This is just a friendly reminder that no man or woman has authority over you. You have authority over yourself, and that's it. It's you and then the creator. So all these jokers that we see trying to make laws for us and tell us what we can and can't do, and trying to ban this and ban that. You know, you could just tell those people no, right? You can tell them no and to go suck a rock, and that you don't have to listen to anything that they say. You know that, right? I just want to remind you all that no man is above another. Even these people who are so-called elected officials, they're supposed to be working for us, right? They work for us. We tell them what to do. They don't tell us what to do. We tell them what to do. That's how it goes. And I think people have forgotten that somewhere along the lines. They just started doing whatever this beast system, out of control thing, tells them they should do. And we've forgotten that they don't tell us what to do. We tell them what to do. That's not how this goes. It's like as if your child, comes and tries to tell you what's up and say, no, well, I'm going to do this. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you don't. You better pump your brakes. Pump those brakes. So anyway, there's been an update to one of our monthly Flat Earth meetups that's listed on the website. This is the Fort Collins one that is in Colorado. I think it's still Fort Collins. He didn't give me a new city. It used to be in Johnstown, I think. But now it's switching. It's changing to every first Tuesday of the month, beginning tomorrow, this Tuesday, from 6 to 8 p.m. at Twin Silos Park in Colorado. So you have these two contacts here that you can reach out to if you want to start attending these and you live in Colorado. There's a nice monthly Flat Earth meetup. What's up, y'all? Hey, David, good to see y'all. Good to see you here. Anthem X invite. Oh, are you the moon guy? The moon map guy? NPE, Matrix 1, Scott Hunter, Benny Boy, Billingtano, Donald Pysick, I hate ads. You know what? Me too. You know how you can avoid watching ads? You gotta watch not on YouTube. YouTube has ads. There's no ads on Rockfin. There's no ads on Rumble. But YouTube has ads. Sorry. DITRH, good to see you. What's up, people of the level plane? That's right. Second game of concentration. Are these the games inside the app? I have not played any of the games in the app. Hey, Melodome, Billingtano. FE Nation, Lincoln Sharp Music. What's up? Lovely day to you. Hey, lovely day to you as well. There, Ryan. Sue Finelli, good to see you. Where is a container over the ocean? Globeface asks, he doesn't know what happens when you put a vacuum over water. It boils and gases fill the void. Yeah, no kidding. Just nothing about that BS makes any freaking sense. Hey, Greek letter person. Thomas Jefferson. Why does that sound funny to say? Thomas Jefferson. Rob Cleveland, ahoy. No Despair Bear, good to see you. Melodome, Rasta Bear, Boston Ray, Ute Hube. Good to see you. All right. Okay. I feel okay to be on camera now. Chicago artist, hey. Yeah. Okay, so what were you saying? I was reading a comment from you, David. I'm adding a live blue dot counter to my website. Should be fun. 100K estimated May 9th. Hey, May 9th is my birthday. May 9th is my birthday. Did you guys know that? Well, you do now. Yeah, hey. You guys have the most random chats. Comments in chat. Alright. Over there on Rockfin. Finally got the live. Jedi Stew. Happy Moonday. Mark Wantraba. Scott Hunter. Chris Stoff. Ashley Knopp. And Valley Parks. Good to see all you fine people over there on Rockfin. Where there's no ads, by the way. I think there's no ads on Rumble. Hey, Dave Hinkle and BJD Cleary on Rumble. Yeah, if you're on Rumble, can you give me a thumbs up? It would be nice, because there's some random person on Rumble who's like giving a thumbs down to all my live streams. It's just like one. It's probably some troll. You know how it is. They try to like mess you up when you go start building up a new platform. They suck. Daily dose of Greek. Let's learn Greek together. Yeah. So anyway, how are y'all doing? I watched this video. Somebody shared it. Oh, I know who it was. It was Larkin Rose shared it on Facebook from TikTok. And you know, I don't like the platform TikTok. You're not going to see me over there watching TikTok videos. I'm not going to install TikTok on my phone. I'm just not. However, I don't think it should be banned, because I don't agree with the government trying to ban any fucking thing. And have you guys heard about this stupid bill they're trying to pass? The ban TikTok bill that doesn't even say TikTok anywhere in it. It's just like, we want more control, complete control over everything digital, everything inside your house and out, complete. We want to know everything. Like, that's all it is. So anyway, Larkin Rose shared this really cool, this little video that just made me think about,
Can we start my time?
It made me think about, you know, that's why I came on here and I said, remember, no man is above another, because like, this is something I've been saying for a long time. Like, I'm big into anarchy, right? You know, it's no secret. I think the government is out of control, way too big, demanding way too much control, being allowed to have too much control. So, this just reminded me, Fort Collins. Okay, yeah, that meetup is in Fort Collins, Colorado. I just liked this little quip that this lady wrote down and then spoke. It's excellent.
Please just keep going.
I've come here to speak to those of you who are still under the illusion that these people in front of me, or any other person for that matter, has authority over you. And also to speak for the people who still believe the lies the government promulgates. The only reason they act like tyrants is because people indulge the fantasy that they have authority over us. Indulgence in that fantasy is responsible for the pains of the past year and for the pains that our children will feel for decades, centuries to come. They have no more authority over you than I do. No more authority over you than any man has over you. a badge, or a vote in a ballot box does not give these people magical powers that you and I don't possess. If you believe that we were ever in a pandemic, despite your eyes, ears, brain, heart, and instinct telling you otherwise, you are choosing to believe a mass murdering government over yourself. A government that cares so much about social gatherings that it bombs weddings in Afghanistan. A government that tells you to mask your 13-year-old while shooting another 13-year-old in the street. This was never a pandemic. This is far worse. If you believe these people care about you, I urge you to look up the following: Tuskegee experiments, the MOVE bombing in Philadelphia, the Dakota 38, Ruby Ridge, Waco, Wounded Knee, 1894 and 1973, and the Black Wall Street Massacre, the 100th anniversary, which is this month. Last time I was here, I spoke how we need to unify against these purveyors of hate. There is no left or right. There is only freedom and enslavement. These people consider all of us property. Our unification against them is the only chance our children have for survival. I'll end with a quote from Lysander Spooner. A man is no less a slave because he is allowed to choose a new master once in a term of years. Revolution is not a one-time event. Refuse, resist, rebel, revolt.
Yeah, baby. I love that shit. And, you know, that's the type of thing, though, you say that stuff on the boob tubes and, well, you might get a strike or some sort of thing, but who knows? Who cares? Really? What did I miss? Don't hold your breath. Oh yeah, Donald Trump was indicted, right? Anarchy time. My wife considers me as her property. Well. Yeah. Yeah. So, anyway, that was like one of the first things I watched today when I woke up, and I was like, yes! Refuse. Revolt. Resist. Anyway, just a reminder, those people don't care about you. Only you care about you. Maybe your family cares about you. But, you know, it's just the same thing that I was talking about with, like, children and you know, putting your children in the care of the state rather than taking, you know, assuming responsibility and taking care of your own children and teaching them. You know, nobody has your children's best interest at heart except for you. You know, the government doesn't care about your children. You know, if you really look at what the state programming that they put inside of all of these institutions that they want you to send your children to, they don't care about your children at all. Hey, Zach. Good to see you. Good times for all. I know. Right? It's like, whatever. The Wall Street bombing massacre triggered the Great Depression. The Fed admitted it. Yes, we did it, but we promise not to do it again. You mean the Black Wall Street? How many people know about this? Do you guys know about this? I mean, this is how you know all racism is systemic. Like, they've been setting it up that way for a long time, and now they're flipping it. They're trying to flip it. You know, because people are over it, right? You can only, you know, brainwash people with that crap for so long, I guess, that racism crap. You can make it systemic, but people figure it out, right? And so now they're able to, like, flip it around. Now you're the white devil, and you guys are all pieces of shit, and you need to be licking the boots of all the black people, and we're gonna give all these black people free houses, free money, you know, reparations, and it's just fucking crazy, dude. The government is insane what they do. Let's see. Yeah, the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre. Oh wait, New York Times. Yeah, they're always gonna make me try to do a thing. Let's see if I can find a good article about it. The devastation of Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma, 1921. A wave of racial violence destroys an affluent African American community seen as a threat to white-dominated American capitalism. So, like, they had a really good economy going over here in Tulsa, and they got taken out. The government took them out. One of the most prosperous African American communities in the United States, but on May 31st of that year, the Tulsa Tribune reported that a black man, Dick Rowland, attempted to rape a white woman, Sarah Page. Whites in the area refused to wait for the investigative process to play out, sparking 2 days of unprecedented racial violence. 35 city blocks went up in flames, 300 people died and 800 were injured. Defense of white female virtue was the express motivation for the collective racial violence. So tell me that's not a fucking psyop right there. Tell me that the Tribune, the Tulsa Tribune, reported that a black man, Dick Rowland, attempted to rape a white woman, Sarah Page. It doesn't say whether or not it was true, right? They put some shit, they published some shit, everybody lost their mind, and everything went up in flames. Like, they know what to do. They've been doing this stuff for, I look at this, 1920, this is 100 years ago, over 100 years ago. They've been doing this for a long time. They know very well how to manipulate the masses. They know very well how to do it. Although now, with the age of information and the internet, it's getting easier for people like us to, recognize the pattern and then spend time exposing it and showing what's going on. And maybe then getting people pissed off enough to, well, we'll go back to the first point where no man is above you and the government is out of control and we need to tell them what to do. They don't tell us what to do, right? The only purpose for the government is the safety of the people in the country. And they're doing exactly the opposite. Terrorism is a form of government. Yeah, the government love bombed them. Was starting the country of Liberia supposed to be the reparations? I don't know. What do you mean, country of Liberia? What is going on? I don't know. What is Liberia? By the way, I was really good and I opened my phones immediately this morning. So my phone lines are open. 888. God. Why am I doing that now? 848-222-2480. Okay? So if you want to call, you got something to bring up, you feel like it's relevant, you can call in. Okay? And that's that. So anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah. Don't you know it's dangerous to think for yourself? Yeah, right. Right. Refuse, revolt, resist. Exactly. Governments are evil. Yeah. You in the 9th of May and me on the 29th of May? Oh. Well, different signs. After May comes Gemini. That's all I got to say about that. So anyway, Portland is liberal area. Okay, I gotta look at this now. Is this a thing or are you guys joking? Liberalia? Is it like the liberals? Liberia? This is a West African country. I think you guys are joking. Ancient Roman festival. Liberalia. What is this? Okay, now I'm curious because it is a thing. Festival of Liberalia held at Rome on March 17th. The toga virilis was commonly assumed for the first time by boys who were of age. At the town of Lavinium, a whole month was consecrated to Liber, and the festival activities were believed to make... I lost my spot. Why did it change? Consecrated. The festival's activities were believed to make seeds grow. Okay, so it's some sort of like springtime ritual. Interesting. What is this? Ancient Roman religion. Oh. Ancient Roman religion, the Liberalia, was the festival of Liber Pater and his consort Libera. The Romans celebrated Liberalia with sacrifices, processions, ribald and ghost songs, and masks were hung on trees. The ceremony was a country or rustic ceremony. The processional featured a large phallus, which the devotees carried throughout the countryside to bring a blessing of fertility to the land and people and protect the crops from evil. Oh, so they had a big penis to make the land fertile and protect the crops from evil? And at the end of the procession, a virtuous and respected matron placed a wreath upon the phallus. So then they had a woman come put a wreath on the phallus after... Man, ancient people are weird. Romans be doing weird shit. Why? That is so funny. So, country of the giant phallus? Big dick energy. Right? That's so funny. Cannibal warlords of Liberia. Yeah. 15th of May, hey. It's the sheeple's fault. Where are all the wolves? Fill your gas tanks quick. Why do you say that, Walkin' Axel? Why do you say that? Oh my god. Let's not go there, shall we? Drink some blood, eat some fret. Yeah, I know. What was it before? Barrel price jumped $10? Oh. Yeah. Did it? The U.S. should be drilling our own oil and filling reserves. This is true. Why are we not drilling our own oil? Because Democrats don't want to drill oil. They want us to become cucks to other countries. Japan breaks from United States and allies, commits to buying Russian oil above price cap. Are you paying attention yet? So what does that mean? Let's see. Oil above $60 a barrel cap breaking with U.S. allies. Japan has begun purchasing Russian crude oil above the $60 barrel cap, breaking with Western allies thanks to an exception authorized by the United States. As many European nations weaned themselves off Russian oil in response to the invasion of Ukraine, Japan stepped up its purchase of Russian natural gas. Japan has almost none of its own fossil fuels, heavily relying on imports for much of its energy needs. Some analysts believe this dependency heavily influenced Japan's hesitancy to fully back Ukraine against Russia. To date, Japan is the only group of 7 members who not to have supplied Ukraine with lethal weapons. Well, good for you, Japan. Despite the concession, Russian natural gas imports to Japan are relatively small, accounting for around 1/10 of Japan's supply and a fraction of Russia's output. Russia oil rerouted to friendly countries at no decrease in sales. So Russia is now competing heavily with as a big oil producer. They don't even need. I think they already stopped. Didn't they already stop selling stuff in dollars? The G7 nations and Australia agreed to $60 per barrel price cap on Russian seaborne crude oil to reduce Russia's income from selling oil while preventing a spike in global oil prices. So the price cap allowed non-EU countries to continue importing Russian crude oil, but prohibited shipping, insurance, and reinsurance companies from handling cargoes of crude Russian oil around the globe, around the world, unless it's sold for less than the price market cap. So they bought it for $70 a barrel, where everybody had agreed on the price being at 60. Because so look at here. This to give you a big hint about green energy and how that's like a total scam, that whole term green energy. Japan has almost no fossil fuels, so you would think that if anyone could make green energy viable, it would be these folks. So just why can't they? Could it be because green energy will never be able to power a nation by itself with current technology? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, yeah, I guess that could make gas prices go up, huh? Invest in lead. Mel Gibson supplied us with lethal weapons throughout the 90s, yeah. I've been noticing gas pumps are 10 cents cheaper to use a card than cash. Yeah, they do. They give you a discount if you use a card. Well, actually, no. Really, than cash? Because where I live, it's like the same. It's like they charge you more if you use a credit card, and they have to pay that fee. But if you use like your card, like ATM, like cash, then you'll get the cheaper price. So that's weird. I haven't seen that. Invest in lead kinetic metals, yeah. The US dollar was backed by oil, but other countries are tired of us printing money to pay people, so they are starting to trade in Chinese currency. Yeah. Yeah, the dollar, they're making it worthless. It's been being made worthless. I mean, remember I was showing talking on Friday when I was talking about that Karen Hudez, and she worked in the World Bank? In most of her videos, she talks about how the Federal Reserve note that we all get, like where it says Federal Reserve note, those are worthless. They're worthless. The debate yesterday, I didn't watch the debate yesterday. I'm sure it was great though, but I didn't watch it. I was working my ass off outside yesterday. Smells like big phallus talk around here. Yeah, it is a big giant Ponzi scheme. This is why I like using crypto. And cryptocurrency is not the same as a digital central bank currency. Let's just make that very clear. The CBDC will be controlled by the central bank, but crypto in general is not necessarily in the control of the World Bank. They can influence it with buying and selling in their monetarily, they can influence it, but they can't control it. Anyway, and I know that a lot of people will disagree, and it's kind of one of those subjects that, people are, very divided on. And I'll just tell you right now, I used to be very against cryptocurrency. I wanted nothing to do with it. I thought that it was bad for a long time. And then I started learning about it. I learned about it actually thanks to Jeranism, because he was talking about it. So I started listening to it and learning more about it. And then I started investing in it right before the last bull market. Well, not right before, but I guess kind of sort of in the middle of it, right before the peak. And a lot of the money that I had invested, I watched it multiply many times over. Now, That never happens when you put your money in a savings account. That never happens when you put your money in the savings account in a bank. And not only does that not happen when you put your money in a bank in a savings account, but that bank then lends out fake money that doesn't exist based on your money being deposited in there. So they are only solvent to like up to like 10% of the money they actually lend out. It's just all numbers on pages, right? Yeah, not real estate. We are the real currency. That's what I'm saying. But this is why I like certain cryptocurrencies, because our money needs to go back to precious metal coins. I know, I agree. That would be dope. Saving sucks. Yeah. But the reason I like the cryptocurrencies, or some of them, because it's a code. Okay, it's trustless. Like, I don't have to trust that some douchebag inside of the bank isn't, over lending the money and taking unnecessary risks, like we just saw, to where they go in the negative and they fail, right? So like, I don't have to worry about that. I'm in control of it, So just something to think about. We are at a low right now. A lot of cryptocurrencies are low, but some of them have started going up again, and the market is cyclical, right? So the market is going to go back up again. So right now is a good time for accumulation. This past year or so has been a great accumulation phase if you're into crypto. You've been buying stuff at very low prices, highly discounted, 95% discount from an all-time high. And, if you pay attention to the markets and you invest in the right cryptos, then you'll know that once the market, comes around again and starts going up, that you're going to go up, most likely up past the all-time highs, and that'll be a great time to take some profits. Just something to think about. Banks don't even have to have a whole 10% now. They can loan out all that we deposit. You shouldn't be trusting banks. Bitcoin was developed by the federal bank. Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't think so. The Restrict Act is more about targeting people who use VPNs to access crypto exchanges, not about TikTok. Exactly. They really don't want you. This is proof. They don't want you building your own wealth. They want you to stay poor. They want you to stay under that leaky roof so that you feel that you need to keep slaving away, that you need to keep working these horrible jobs, that you need to depend on the government because you can't support yourself. Listen, don't buy any of that shit. Don't believe it. So anyway, they're trying to do some shady shit. And, it's pretty much what it's going to come down to is the people need to tell the government, no, you need to stop them. And you're not going to vote out the corruption. Okay. You're not going to vote out the corruption because there's too many corrupt people in the government. Most of them are. And they, nobody can get anything done. It's just a stagnant cesspool of filth. Hence, drain the swamp. Right? You need to get that water flowing, fresh water flowing. Hashcoin. You're actually coming up with a hemp product you thought would exist and you went to research it and it didn't exist? Oh, interesting. I'd ask you what it is, but if it doesn't exist, you probably should keep that to yourself until you're finished doing whatever you're doing. But I'll be glad to hear about it once you're done. But don't let anybody steal your ideas before you get them done. I've learned that lesson the hard way many times. Many times. Boil the swamp. Yeah, don't say what it is. Don't do it. just plain paper as the dollar weakens. Energy prices are about to go up. Oof. What is the value of cryptocurrencies value in? US dollars are worthless. Well, you can look at crypto and you can pick whatever currency you want it to be in. You can compare cryptos to other cryptos. I mean, you want to know what the value of it is in dollars, right? Because what currency do you have to use to buy stuff for the most part in this country? Dollars, right? So wouldn't you want to know what the value of the cryptos are in dollars? I mean, it's just a value. It's just a transfer of value. It doesn't mean that the cryptos are backed by the dollar, because they're not. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just telling you the dollar value. You can also look up whatever currency value. I mean, there's people all over the plane using crypto in different countries where they don't convert their crypto back into dollars. They'll convert it back into pounds or euros, right? So for us, we look at dollars because when I go to the store, they expect me to give them dollars, United States dollars, or if I go to the gas station, I have to give them dollars. I have to pay my bills in dollars. If, it would be great if I could pay in crypto. Just, there's a lot of countries that are doing that, like El Salvador's accepting Bitcoin as one of its currencies. So you can like basically be debanked. I mean, not that I would want to live in El Salvador, but that's just an example of one country that does it. But you could basically be debanked and you could be 100% crypto, And inside the crypto space, if you're worried about the value of certain volatile cryptos going up and down, they do have stable coins or other coins that are more stable than the more volatile ones. I mean, they're different. You have to do your own research, and it is confusing, but it's like, it's the times, they are a-changing, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, you gotta evolve and learn or be left behind, and one of the main reasons that I really like, I'm learning all this stuff too, is because I've got children, and realistically, when my children become adults, they're going to have to deal with this stuff. It could be even worse than it is now. And so I need to be able to prepare them. I need to be able to teach them how to work with this stuff and what it all means, and digital safety, right? So don't get left behind. The American dollar is about to become worthless. The BRIC nations are getting ready to stop using the US dollar. Yeah, they announced that they were going to make their own currency. Yep. So currently, Bitcoin's at 28,225. Ethereum's at 18. I mean, all-time high for Bitcoin was 65,000, and Ethereum, I think it got almost to 6. It was over 5,000. So, if you look at these things, so let's see, over a year. So last year, a year ago, it was at 3,500, right? And this was coming down off the end of the last bull run. So it got down to like in 700, I saw at one point. Doesn't look like it actually closed. Yeah, but it was down there for a bit at the bottom, but now it's starting to climb up again very slowly, right? So, and then there's a lot of things going on. Anyway, I just recommend looking into it, starting to learn it, because don't get left behind. You're going to end up with a bank full of worthless fucking fiat dollars. I mean, not that all of my money is in crypto, certainly not even close, but it's good to hedge your bets. Hedge your bets. I can dig it up from my yard. Yeah. If the power goes out, you can't get your cash either. I know. People always say that, oh, what if power goes out? Then you can't get your crypto. You're not getting anything. You're not getting your money out of the banks. You're not going online. Like, it's the same thing. It's really a lame argument. What if this? What if that? Well, how are you going to the bank? I mean, think about it. If the power goes out, what do the banks do? They shut down, they lock up, right? Because they have no protection. So think about it logically. Post World War III, most infrastructure would be obsolete. Start investing in gold and silver. Yeah, silver. A lot of people like silver. Silver's great to have. I know people that are stocking up on silver. Silver might even be better than gold. But anyway, I also don't think don't think about it as if, when the shit hits fan, the grid's going to go down. Like, if the grid goes down, the last thing you need to worry about, you don't even worry about money. What you should be doing is, if you're worried about that, then you need to be building, prepping, start getting survival gear and stuff, if that's what you're worried about. Which I've done. I've done a little bit of prepping. I have some survival stuff, and I've talked about that, like prepping to stay instead of prepping to split, because where are you going to go? You can have a bug out bag as a last resort, but man, there's just there's lots of scammers. Yeah, watch out for the scammers. Make sure it's real silver. Copper. Yeah, resources, tools, infrastructure, and livestock. Yeah, I've been trying to do that too. I've been trying to to build up my my tools and stuff. We've got Ted and I. We've got matching steel chainsaws. Livestock and food. They can't control the masses without electricity. They won't let it go down on purpose, in my opinion. I agree, Zach. If the grid goes down, then there's some heavy shit going on. I really don't think that they will let the grid go down completely. There's just no way. They're too depending on it. Everything, commerce, everything is dependent on it. It won't happen. Salt and water does generate electricity. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hi, Karen. This is Lloyd. I've called to the Tuesday evening ones before. You were talking about food for when the hell breaks loose. I understand that canned food is your best bet because there's no need to preserve it, and you actually can eat it straight out of the can, so you do not have to do any preparation other than open the can.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing. Okay, another thing, I moved here from southern Illinois. I'm up in BC here. When I got up here, we went to the observatory and had a lecture on chronology from a professor from University of Victoria. And he did a study on time, chronology. And he took all history, plugged it into a computer with the astronomical events that happened during that time, and he estimated, or whatever they do, that if Jesus existed, it was less than 1,000 years ago. And that just kind of blew me away. That was 30 years ago. So he wrote a book called The Stars Don't Lie.
Mm-hmm.
So it was on the market then, but I don't think it's there anymore. But somebody may be able to find it. But that's all I have to say, really.
Okay.
I want to thank you for being on here.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you guys.
Well, thanks for calling.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, cheers. Thank you. That's fascinating. Deagle report for 2025 takes away 90% of US population. Nuke war? No, nukes are fake, dude. Don't believe the nuclear hype. Canned food and Spanish flu plus global radio killed millions. I never heard anything about canned food killing millions. Canned food? Nah. Gotta have a chainsaw. Dude, chainsaws are great. Yes, you gotta have a chainsaw, especially when you live in the woods like I do. How about a first aid kit show? You know what? That's a really good idea, Valley Parks. I have thought about that, like going into like my... Because in my kitchen, in the top shelf of one of my cabinets, it's like, basically it's all like home healthcare stuff. You know, like DMSO, the MSM crystals, or yeah, not MSM, the MMS, sodium chloride or whatever, that you got to mix up and blah, blah, blah. Like I have all that stuff where you make MMS from scratch. I don't buy pre-mixed MMS. I make my own, because if you have a good water distiller, you could just mix your own stuff as needed. That's be a good idea. Because there's certain things you could keep in your household, like if you stock yourself up on it. And this is another reason why it's really good to have silver, because if you have pure silver, you can make colloidal silver, which is huge for, you know, killing any sort of bacterial infection. So yeah, that would be great. Trauma kits. Yeah, only steel. Actually, I had a really good, had another chainsaw that was pretty good. A Husqvarna. Husqvarnas are good too, but I like the Stihl because it's fuel injected. Really easy to start. I've heard Brian moving around today. He's doing stuff. Hello, Lloyd. You call back?
Yes. You were talking about precious metals.
Uh-huh.
And silver is probably the best, but in very small denominations, coins. You can buy them from the coin dealers. They have sacks of silver coins.
Silver?
That you can purchase for. Yeah, silver coins. Small, you know, dimes, nickels, quarter, or whatever it is, dimes and quarters, those kind of denominations. There, you can utilize those.
Right, exactly.
The big stuff, hard to get. Okay, that's just. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. I agree.
Have a good day.
I like the idea of having the coins already broken down into denominations. Because how else?
Yeah,
are you
got dimes.
Right? What else would you do if you had like a block? You'd be like there with like a chip and like a scale trying to weigh it. It's, you know.
Yeah, no, the dimes work best.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I mean, get about 10 pounds dimes. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right,
bye now.
Thanks. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, because especially because like if the grid really did go down, you'd be like on the barter system, right? That's when you need to have a skill. Really, if you wanna, you know, assure that, you know, that you survive any sort of thing, learn stuff, man. Learn how to do stuff. Get some skills. Learn how to preserve food. I learned how to preserve food. You know, get some mason jars. Get a pressure cooker. One of these things. Pressure canner, I should say. Because they're bigger than a pressure cooker. So you get a pressure canner. I got one of these. It looks like this. Okay, it looks like just like this, and it's not electric. You have to put it on fire, right? So you don't have to plug it in. It works with heat. Okay. And with this, you can preserve food. You can cook food, you can preserve food, you know, large amounts of food. This thing is the bomb. Wow, look how much these are now. List price 175, 142. Wow. I got mine years ago, before, you know, I was even really worried about prepping, just because I moved to the country and I was growing food. I thought, well, let me learn how to preserve it. Not even really about prepping, and I got one of these, and at the time when I got it, I think it was like around $100. But yeah, I use one of these. It looks just like this. It's basically this exact thing. And then mason jars. Learn to make generators. Hey, Brian! How do you make a generator? You gotta build a generator? How would you make a generator? Like from an engine from an old car or something? Could you convert an engine from an old car into some sort of generator? Is that possible? I mean, it's basically the same thing, right? Except like it's just not hooked up to like a drivetrain or a tranny, right? Grandmas know even more. Magnets and copper. Yes, yeah. So like from an old car. But that would be overkill. Huh. Well, we'll have to... You want to call in and talk about it? Or are you busy? Steam generators? Yeah, like steam engines like we used to do back in the day, right? Old steam machines. No petrol needed. I want to try making sauerkraut this year. Do it. You know what? Fermenting is so good. I made some fermented spicy cabbage, not like kimchi, but just like fermented cabbage, and then put some spices in there, some jalapeno, and it was so good on some tacos, some homemade tacos. It was really, really good. Yeah, those 3D printers, you could do a lot with those. I'm curious about getting a 3D printer. So anyway, yeah, I didn't really plan on talking about prepping all day, but we can talk about it if you want. Anyway, I did have the idea of, going over the moon map idea today, because Friday night, on Ironworks, I was watching it, and Cami was on the panel, and somebody was giving a presentation about the moon map. I think it was the same guy who made the video that Taboo Conspiracy shared. And anyway, Cami and I both had the same questions about it, but you know, I wanted to show how subjective that whole thing is. Skype chat. Concentration game. David sent me concentration game a while ago and I didn't even see it. I'll Skype in but not phone. Okay, well you can call me on Skype, no video. Everybody will hear your audio if you want. That's fine. I don't know what this, yeah, I always have Skype open, so if you're already connected on Skype, you can call me through Skype. David does it too. Calls me on Skype instead of on the phone. Ooh, Dr. Law! Thanks for calling Coffee Talk. Oh, Dr. Law, hold on. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Brian.
Hey.
Hold on one sec.
Okay.
Because I picked up a call with Dr. Law.
Oh, well, take him.
Okay. Do you want to stay on the line or do you want to call back after he's done?
No, I'm on the line. I'll mute.
Okay. Dr. Law, are you there?
Hello, Queen V. Good morning. You could have taken Brian. No worries.
No, it's okay. You got some announcements? You got something you want to share? Oh, I meant to call you back late yesterday and I didn't. I forgot to call you the other day.
No, I know. Hey, I was busy the entire weekend. I was just at my nephew's wedding from Thursday until we got back at midnight last night. So, and then I went to the gym. But I just, I was busy the entire weekend, of course, cooking for the entire family. We had probably about 75 to 100 people at the house. Things went well. I spent the entire weekend, the entire day with Rico's tinfoil sombrero. Met his mother, who is a flat earther, and we had a great chat for about an hour.
Awesome.
And we hung out.
Wait, was he over here? Or were you were in Tennessee?
Yes, I was in Smyrna, Tennessee. That's where Rico's at. And his mom is there. He lives about 4 miles from my cousin's house. Off the same road.
Oh, wow.
How weird is that?
That's cool.
Yep. So I want to shout her out. Her name is Jenny Jones. Shout out to her. She's a flat earther, and she listens to your shows with Mark. She's into this big time as well. Rico woke her up, and I want to say that Rico has a family full of flat earthers, and he's very bemored with that. Not like many of us who have no one. And we try to get into little groups of our tribe. And recently we've had things being shaken up. But before I go into that, I want to see if anyone in chats or anything. We're worried about one of our brothers. His name is Kevin DeShill, Kevin Jones. But I have not spoken to him in about a week. Normally I speak to him every day, every night when I'm in the gym until the way hours of the morning. But he's in a bad place, and we're trying to find out where he's at. So none of us have been able to reach out to him to contact him. He hasn't contacted us.
Oh boy! So
hopefully, we're sending prayers and love his way, and hopefully things, maybe he's just tied down somewhere, need to get away from things. But Kevin, if you're listening to the show, please reach out to us. We are worried about you, brother. I just want to say that things are coming up. People are I don't know, they're weirding out and starting the rumors and things about other people in our tribe, our family. I don't understand it. I don't want to talk more about it, on the show, but you know what I mean, Karen.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Tommy spoke to you, right, about everything. So we'll talk about that later. And Shelly and I are talking, and we're trying to get something up, for the October time to coincide with your Oktoberfest. And Ariel, Shelly and Ariel is going to try to put something up as well. So we'll keep you informed with that. Okay?
Okay.
But other than that, I just wanted to shout out, my brother Kevin. I love him very much, and I need to get in touch with him. But also, I want to say, people in the community, you guys, we need to grow up and come together as one. If you're in a truth community and you know things, if you think that getting out and being on your own or going with another group is the answer, then you're doing the same thing as what we're doing. and to call us out for being in a cult and things like that. It's not good. We're all in a cult. Okay? We need to grow up and, like you said, think logically. We're all going to have differences in opinions and ways of doing things. We are not perfect. Far from it. You know, we need to stop with all this infighting, and try to make this place a better place. That when we leave this place,
Yeah,
I'm just a little bit down today.
I can tell.
And, you know, Karen,
I can hear it in your voice.
Yeah, I'm just, you know, I'm in this for the long haul. I've been, you know how I am, Karen.
Yes,
I've
I
been
do.
here for a long time, and my goal is not to make people think like me. Okay, that's something I never want people to do, but I would like for them to do something like me, because each and every one of us has something very special to offer to the community. It may be big things, you know, like putting up events to bring people together like you, or finding a new way to tie our shoes. Okay? We all have something to contribute. But to make your thing more special than others, you know, to say that what you have to offer is bigger than other people's, is wrong. Okay? And we need to just lose the egos. Okay? And just come together and talk things out. You know, my big saying, you know, with our tribe is that I am my brother's and my sister's keeper. I am. Okay, I'm always there, no matter, you know, what the differences are, and I'm there until, you know, you want to talk it out and get over this. But it needs to be said and you know, dealt with in an adult way, civil way. And at the end of that, if you still feel differently about it, then, you know, you're more than welcome to move along. But don't drag everyone else down with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I'm just going to listen to the show. You know, I found out that you were on Friday, which was great. I needed that. I couldn't call in because I was busy cooking, like I said.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a big surprise, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're always cooking.
Yeah, I guess that's my thing I like to do. But I want to, you know, shout out, you know, Shelly. She's, you know, she called in Friday and I listened to it, and I think she's doing the right thing with the MTV thing, you know, Karen, and they can't make any more fun of us than what they already have. And like Mark says, any publicity is good publicity, or free publicity, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just told her don't trust him. You know?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Just be on your guard. And then the other thing, though, is they were trying to make them take that stupid CV test just to go hang out in an open-air park. That's nonsense. That's not okay.
At their own meeting, right?
Yeah. Well, no, it wasn't their meeting, because, like, she did her meetup at the house over this weekend. And then I think they were going to do something else later. They were all going to meet separately at a park to do the filming thing.
Yeah, they were going to have us make a meetup for them to video, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, Shelly has to get her test because she's going on a trip to Africa this summer. She already has to get it anyway, so why not? And to tell you the truth, if I was there living closer to her, you know, as opposed as I am to all this COVID pandemic bullshit, I would be there and take the test just to be by her side. That's the kind of person I am, you know. As long as there's nothing injected into me, you know, they already have our genes or code, whatever, from all the thoughts and things that we have in hospitals, and they track us by way of our phones and by way of cameras that they have. Even if you have a flip phone, they know
Yeah,
where you're at.
but that's a slippery slope. I'm not for any sort of compliance as far as any of that shit goes, because that's just what they want. Oh, just doing this, or we're just doing that. But then you don't know what kind of sneaky shit they're putting in those tests. I'm not putting that shit up my nose. Like, okay, if they want to let you spit in a vial, I would do that. That's the only one I would do. I'd be like, okay, well, if it could do a saliva test where you just spit in a vial, they could still get your DNA that way, but then they can't like stick anything up near your brain. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Exactly. This is just a swab. It's not one of those that goes way in there. You just swab the opening of your nose. That's what because Shelly's son has to do it for his work or something like that, and he does it all the time.
I just don't like it.
But yeah, I agree with you 100% about that. But I would just do it for my sister Shelly, because we're in the same boat together. But
yeah, I know. I heard about her doing the Africa thing, and that's her choice. But I wouldn't do that either. I'm not going anywhere where they're going to require me to get anything injected. I'm not doing that. Nobody's injecting shit into me ever again. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. I feel you 100%, Queen Bee. I know. But that's just the things that I would do for my family, and then Shelly is definitely my big sister, and I would do it for her.
I hear you, but like but this is for an MTV spot. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like, is it really that big of a deal? I mean, we got people like Jim Brewer interviewing conspiracy music guru. That's pretty big. You know what I'm saying? We've got, a lot of more well-known people coming out about it now and willing to have that discussion. So, in my opinion, we don't really need it. I mean, it would be cool to do. Like, I'm not against doing it, but if one of the requirements of doing it is to comply and cuck and do all this fucking bullshit, it's just not worth it to me. It's just not worth it.
Right.
But that's me. Everybody can make their own decisions and choices about what they want to do.
Right, absolutely, and that shouldn't, cause any division within our group at all.
Oh no.
Yeah, we have our opinions, and it should be like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I understand exactly what you're saying. And also, by the way, my nephew, who's the wedding I attended, his father, I've been flat smacking him for years now. I mean, he's known that it's flat because his son, my youngest nephew, was one who woke him up, and we get to talk all the time, when I'm there. But of course, he doesn't come out because of the things that he does about it, right? And but it's good to see that people are waking up. But we need to wake more. That's my thing, is to wake more people. Even though we see it and we're happy about it, more needs to be done. More people like you need to, you have your special gift of being on YouTube or Rumble, and I need to get your Rumble name, because I found you, but I cannot find your channel on Rumble. So you need to put that out on the link, and so people can come in there and give you a thumbs up and smash the trolls.
Okay.
But you have your thing of getting out there by way of the internet, and there's people that need to be stepping up and opening up more minds. Okay, just not sit back and what's that armchair? The I don't want to say movement, because it's not. It's the awakening, but it really is not. It's just reality. Wake them up to reality.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but other than that, if anyone has heard from Kevin, please let us know. And I'm just worried about my brother.
All right. Yeah. Okay. I didn't realize.
All right.
I saw him in chat. I feel like I saw him in chat not that long ago.
Yeah, he was in chat up until because he was supposed to go to the meetup at Shelly's house, and he never showed up. And he's an hour away from her, and he would not miss that for the world unless
Oh,
something
that's
came up.
unusual then. Yeah, that's really unusual. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes,
Well.
and also, yeah, to end it, I want to send out prayers and love to my other brother Tom. He's in Knoxville. I had to stop by Knoxville to give him a little something, but he is going through, pancreatic cancer. I don't know if you wanted me to say that, but I'm going to say it for you, brother. Tom, I'm not sure if you know him. I think it's Tom Dixon, but he's been to all your most, if not all, of your events. And I met him at Plateauberfest too. Great guy. We've been doing Discord and we've been talking. He's been keeping me abreast of his prognosis with his condition, and I'm praying for my brother Tom as well. Yeah, he's starting to lose weight, but I'm hoping that he knows that we're all praying for him and putting love and hope out there, because miracles happen every day. And the more we put our minds and hearts, really our hearts to it, miracles happen, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's all I've got to say, Queen Bee, and just everyone in chat, just let's all get along, play along.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. You have a great morning, Queen Bee. Love you, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, Law. Love you too. Thanks for calling.
Laters.
Okay, I wasn't expecting the call to go that way. Usually Law calls in and he's like, hey, all upbeat. That was a totally different call. Brian, are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. So if anybody hears from Kevin DeShill, let Law know, let us know, or knows what happened to him. Guess we have a missing person. Anyway, Brian, what were we going to talk about?
What were you told me to call in. Oh, generators.
Generators, right. You said learn how to build generators. How do you build a generator?
There's lots of different ways. I mean, the quickest, cheapest way is, like I said, you grab an old alternator and you just got to spin it. You got to remember, all our technology now came from older stuff,
Right.
which was made before they had the, all our technology does is make our technology smaller.
Okay.
So you can build electricity and all these little comfort stuff that you want. I mean, honestly, your best bet is go to YouTube and DIY anything, generators, batteries. You make your own batteries.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as complicated as you think. But as far as like you're talking about the preppers and all that, is the tools that you got to have. Like I got the tools. I can make my own computer boards and everything else for when the shit hits the fan and I still want a computer.
But what are you going to do with your computer?
What do I do with my computers?
Like if the shit hits the fan and you build a new computer, what are you going to do with the computer? Will there be internet? Or are you just going to play games?
Don't need internet, but I use things to for hydroponics and all kinds of sensor stuff and everything else.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about to run your in-home tech.
Yeah.
Okay.
And electricity is nice to have. Let's admit it.
Electricity is nice to have. I'm not gonna lie. That's one of my things about living off grid. I'm like, but electricity and comfort and lights.
Yes. You don't have to go back to living in a cave. We can still live comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
There's all kinds of, you got to learn the basics and all that. But there's all ways to make giant batteries and everything else. You can make your series of small, sets of batteries. You can even make your own solar panels and everything else. And like we were talking about, you get make yourself a steam engine, just heat up the steam to push the turbine to spin an alternator, and you got electricity. charge your batteries up overnight. And then also use your heat from the steam, and you can also heat your place.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be an all or nothing thing.
That's great.
And you don't have a 3D printer yet?
No, I don't. I bought no. I have my house is like I need to get rid of stuff. I can't put any more. I can't bring in any more equipment. I'm already like in my office. I'm stuffed in this corner, and then over here I've got my I got my Cricut cutter thing where I was making T-shirts and stickers and stuff on it. But no, I don't even know where I would put a 3D printer right now.
Shame on you.
I know. Do you have a 3D printer?
I have
You do.
6.
You have 6?
Yep.
Why do you have 6 3D printers? Like, why do you need 6?
They all do different things.
Really?
Yeah, I print carbon fiber.
Carbon fiber?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And then we have a plasma table now, and CNC machines and laser cutters.
And what are you building with all that stuff?
Let's see. What am I building with it? Well, my oldest son sells car parts.
Like aftermarket? You guys make aftermarket car parts and stuff? Can you do that?
Yeah, he's got this weird thing where he puts airbags in older cars and things like that, and changes the control arms and stuff like that.
Okay, that's cool.
And then like Brittany, she does all kinds of little artsy stuff and flat earth keychains and all kinds of stuff with the lasers and all that.
That's cool. Does she still have the Etsy store selling stuff?
She doesn't at the moment. They're about to start it back up with a whole bunch of stuff. My kids are going into a full business thing. They're trying to. And then my wife is making wind chimes and stuff like that. And wow.
Nice.
Hobbies.
Right?
But like I said, the hobbies are for to, I got the plasma cutters and stuff like that because, I got that old 1963 tractor. So when I need a part, I can actually make it.
That's cool.
They're kind of hard to find now. But no, yeah, I mean, get the right, your tools are basics to start with. And then, like I said, you don't need a engine because if you have take a car engine, yeah, you can make electricity with that, sure. But then you got to worry about fuel.
Right.
Which isn't cheap anymore. So like I said, though, but if you got you got all those trees, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got an endless supply of fuel right there.
Yeah, I got lots of trees.
You can build yourself an easy boiler to boil water into steam, and you pipe that steam into basically a turbine to spin, connect that to an alternator, and you have electricity. Same concept of, like a dam, the only way it works is the water spins
the
wheel.
turbine, right?
Right. If you don't have waterfall, the steam's pressure pushes the wheel. You have electricity.
Yeah. I was going to ask another question and I forgot what it was. Damn it. I hate when that happens. I can't remember. It'll come back. Oh, I know what I was going to say. Okay. So you said the tools are the basics. So what tools do you recommend, like the basics to start out with? What do you need?
Well, the basic tool is knowledge. First, you need to do some research to figure out what you want to do. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You got, it's not just... So, like, the tools, I started getting 3D printers and stuff like that because there's certain things I wanted to make things work.
Mm-hmm.
And then we upgraded to metal with plasma and lasers for fine tuning of, sizes and all that. Do some fine stuff. Plus, I use a laser to make, like I said, computer boards and whatnot. So, but you got to learn the knowledge. So the first thing you got to do, like I did, is first get yourself some land.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to do this in the apartment in New York City.
Right. Well, I don't
You
know
know,
if New York City apartment people are even considering stuff like this. I mean, maybe they
no, I
could.
know, but I'm just giving an example. You need some space. You need some land. You know, I got my 60 acres out here, which half of it's wooded because I need the trees. And then start off through basics like you were doing. Like I said, first you got to figure out you're going to grow food, right? So you start growing your food to figure out how to grow food. Then you can modify that. Like I said, I'm getting into the hydroponics so I can grow it year round in my workshop and whatnot. And then from there, you got to figure out, okay, I got to supply water, I got electricity for the lights and all that stuff. So then it's a gradual thing, but you have to start somewhere and realize as you do it, well, how can I do this off grid or without dependent on something else? And then just do a little research to figure out how they used to do it.
Yeah. All right.
The 3D printers are nice because if you want to make something, nothing like hard metal thing, but if you want to make adapters or hangers or different stuff, they're nice and they're not expensive. I mean, I can get you one right now for $149.
And then what would be the capability of that type of 3D printer? Like what material would it use and what could you do with it?
That one's your basic plastic. So you'd be able to make basic plastics, basically. Think of it that way.
Okay.
But again, that's your learning curve.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be I bought a tiny CNC machine for like $100 and something, and now we're building that out to be a 8 foot by 4 foot one.
An 8 foot by 4 foot CNC machine?
Uh-huh.
That's big.
Well, that way I can throw a 4x8, 8x4 sheet of plywood down and cut furniture out of it if I wanted. Cabinets or whatnot. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I had to get a little teeny tiny one to learn the basics first.
Right. I see what you're saying. That makes sense.
I mean, you can still do it with a handsaw and you know what I'm saying. Don't get me wrong. But I prefer to work hard to be lazy. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's basically what technology is, right? It makes it so you can be lazy.
Right. It just makes it more efficient or whatnot. And like I said, you don't have to abandon the technology. You just have to figure out how they made it so then you can do it.
And then just do the more updated version of it.
Whatever you need, you can build to your specifications.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But again, it's just learning and knowledge. Everybody learns about greenhouses, but they never take it a step further and all that. So if you are actually one of the people that believe the shit's going to completely hit the fan and everything's going to shit, or you're completely isolated, well, then you might want to start more than just. I mean, it's great to grow food, but what do you do in the winter?
Yeah.
You're in the north. Did you stock? Did you have a good enough harvest to get you through the winter?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I hear you. Cool.
But yeah, I mean, tools are fun. The machines are fun.
Tools are fun. I like
and you
tools.
can learn to crap out of it. Yeah.
I want to get a chop saw. That's going to be my next tool purchase. I'm going to get a miter saw, whatever you call it.
Yeah. Yeah, I got. See, I started with all the basics. I got the miter saws and all the table saws and all that crap when we started building. Which now, see, I have to use when I'm building these other machines to cut metal and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you got to start off with the basics, and then figure out where you want to go with that.
Yeah.
And the sad thing right now, before the shit hits the fan, everything is out there on the internet for all these people that, do-it-yourself batteries and generators and all kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
And hell, if you have a water source like a creek, you got electricity forever.
Yeah. I have a creek, but it's way down the hill behind my house.
That don't matter. Austin, the guy that built a little water dam and he pumps it up a mile to his house.
Wow. Well, that's impressive.
It is, and it is. And once you realize that, it's like, oh my gosh, that's what they used to do it. You know what I'm saying? We used to have these skills a long time ago. People lived.
Yeah, we used to know how to do stuff.
Supposedly, the ancient Egyptians had batteries, right?
Oh yeah.
So why can't we have it today?
Yeah. Have you heard of sand batteries? I was watching a thing about sand
Yeah.
batteries. That's impressive, where you just have a big canister and it's full of sand and it retains the heat.
Well,
or something like that, basically, is what it is, right?
Same guy, I was checking it out, a guy that did a giant earth battery. Basically, he's, layman's terms real quick, he's got a bunch of copper in the ground around his property that gives him electricity.
Just from the earth?
Yeah.
Yeah. How much? So is it like a copper wire? Did he just put copper wire around his house?
It's a little bit more involved than that. Like I said, it's nothing like just sticking wire in the ground and boom, you got electricity. It's distances and different stuff like that.
Well, I know you have to have like a certain amount, right? You have to have a certain amount. It has to be coiled up a certain amount to be able to.
Yeah, there's different. Again, that's why I got like my teens. I'm sending them off to Votech next semester to go. One's going into electricity, and one's going into welding. Not for careers, but just so they have basic knowledge of certain things.
Yeah, see, that's excellent. They don't teach us crap about anything electric or electricity in public schools.
No, not really. They haven't. Yeah.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
or at least
they don't.
I mean, it's been a while since I've been to school, but I can't imagine it's gotten any better.
How to act in society, not skills.
Yeah, but screw that.
I agree with you on that. Remember, I homeschooled them for a long time.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, pick a subject, start digging through it, and it turns into, when you do it, you get to DIY stuff, you start rabbit holing, like, it's like the flat earth stuff and all that else. You start build a generator. How do I build it? How do you store electricity? Build a battery, and it just cycles through.
Yeah, that was one of the things that, like, when I had some guy come to my house to try to sell us solar, and then I asked the guy, I'm like, so when the power goes out, do we still have power? And he's like, no. I'm like, well, what the fuck?
Well, you only way you have power
to have
is if
the
you
battery.
Have a battery bank.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Then that's when I found out you have to buy the batteries to store the electricity from your solar, and they cost as much as the solar.
Yes.
And I was like, all right, screw this. It's totally not worth it.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope. Yeah. Yeah. If you can make electricity, that's great. But you need a way to store. It's like food. You can grow your food, but you have to store it.
Yeah. Precisely.
Which canning is good. I was looking into that dehydration machines.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not worth it.
Really? Why not?
Well, right now, the price of those machines and how long it takes to do and everything else, I think you're better off canning.
Yeah.
Or growing the right foods to store and all that. I mean, just because a dehydrating machine costs like $3,000.
Damn.
A decent one.
Really?
Yeah, I know. And then of course it takes, a day to do it. I mean, don't get me wrong, dehydration's good, but like I said, to buy the machine and all that right now, I'm like, no, that's not worth it. I'll probably work on building my own, just because it's just not that complicated, really. It's just taking it, vacuuming and freezing it down and all that. But yeah.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah. Well, that's a lot of knowledge to have to hold to be able to do all that stuff. You know what I was doing for a while, and maybe this is probably a good idea for people listening if you want to do all this stuff, or at least you know, if you're thinking about it, you're like, how do I get all the knowledge and, you know, before stuff happens? And that's a lot. What I started doing is I started looking stuff up online like Brian's talking about. And then what I would do is I would print the page out as a PDF and then save it, right? So then, you know, if you don't have access to stuff online and you can manage to power up your computer, you could at least read the PDF.
Well, I print out everything too.
Or you could
And then
print it out, right? Or save it in a,
that's
you
the
know,
thing, too.
get books.
Remember, nobody can learn it all.
Right, nobody can learn it all. That's
Which
the thing.
I start, delegating down. My oldest son, he's becoming the 3D printer master. Brittany's becoming the laser master. I'm getting the kids,
That's excellent.
get your family, get your community and all that, and pick your trades, learn your skills so you all can trade together and live.
Exactly. And then maybe we won't even need money. We could do the barter system.
Yeah, I got the boys also. I got them a smelter, right?
Oh, nice.
Well, yeah. So they've been all the cans and everything else they smelt down. I have blocks of aluminum and brass. When we get old junk doors and stuff like that. So they've been melting down all the metals, and right now we're just storing them as ingots. But when we want to, we can melt it down and cut it or do what we need to do with it as a future. Why throw all the cans away when I can just keep them blocks of aluminum? Because aluminum's getting expensive.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah, It is. But there's all kinds, like I said, you'd be surprised at how much trash you can restore. Like I said, the kids loved it. They smelled just, melting metal down and pouring it into ingots. We store it up and we can use it later for something else. We can cast it and whatnot. So
That's pretty cool.
But if you go in this mind, you're going to do everything yourself, it's not going to happen. You got to get your family involved in doing little bits and pieces.
Right. It's also good if you're like live around other people too who have the same interest in building those skills and doing that stuff.
Yeah, you get your community going,
Mm-hmm.
I can do the welding if you can do the electricity, and
Exactly. And someone else can do plumbing and whatever.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, man. I think that's the most important thing right now is for people to be learning a skill. Like a skill that involves like making something with your hands. Or doing
I've
something.
always believed you should always learn basic skills in life.
Yeah.
You can sit there and watch Dancing with the Stars, or you can learn, I don't know. I mean, it can be as simple as how does your wiring in your house work?
Mm-hmm.
Surprised.
Hmm?
You'd be surprised of, what you can learn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Here's a neat little trick I learned. Little LED lights?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know if sunlight hits them, they actually produce electricity?
No.
No, don't get me wrong. Not a lot.
Okay.
Not a lot. But the concept of that, they're like a solar panel. You'd be surprised.
Really?
Yeah. You can take a multimeter, attach it to an LED. It's milliamps. It's very, very tiny. Don't get me wrong. But enough of them chained together and all that, and you might be able to charge your phone up in a day. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But the knowledge of how that works, then you expand out how to make it better. Just like, quote, early people did. Figure out how something works, and you figure out how to make it better and more efficient.
Yes. Absolutely.
But yeah,
All right.
it's not the end of the world. Even when the nukes come.
The nukes. Yeah, I don't think it's I don't know. I don't see the whole grid going down, but still good to have that knowledge.
I see the grid going down, but not because of nukes.
Because of what?
Just out of sheer non-maintenance.
Oh, yeah, that could be part of it too, because the infrastructure in this country is total doo-doo.
Yeah, it is. And then if they keep pushing this electric car crap and all that, with people, well, you got to plug the damn cars in.
Yeah.
How much? If everybody plugged their car in right now, what do you think would happen to our grid?
I don't know. Weren't they already doing that in California? Weren't they already telling them at one point they couldn't plug their cars in?
Yeah, at certain times, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. The power companies are out of control too. It's horrible.
Well, it's not really the power companies. It's just they don't have. I mean, hell, California gets most of its electricity, I think, from Arizona or something. I don't know, but because they don't want to build all the power plants because they're ugly. I don't know, the electricity. You got to figure how much. If you look at it from the other side, how much they've got to spend to maintain that godforsaken grid. Out here in Oklahoma, every time we get the wind blowing, think of all the poles that go down. They have to replace them.
Yeah, that happens here too. If it gets a windy storm, stuff goes down all the time.
Yeah, so it's a costly business if you think about it.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm pissed off at is the water companies. That's what I'm pissed off, because I live in an area where the water is no good, yet I got to pay for it.
Oof, really?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not on a well.
So why is the water bad where you live? Is it from fracking or something?
No, it's not from fracking. It's just it's not treated well.
Oh, okay.
You know how small towns and whatnot. Remember, I live in BFE.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's right.
So,
didn't you just move further into BFE too?
Yeah, I did. I moved further into BFE. But that allowed me to get 60 acres, like I said. So I got my land and everything else to slowly start becoming independent.
Yeah, right. Which is great.
And the thing is, you got to start, because if you wait till the shit really starts getting bad, it's going to be too late.
Yeah, you got to start building it up early. For sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and I don't believe in bug out bags.
I don't believe in bug out bags either.
Because where are you going to go?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I ain't bugging out.
We'll run to the mountains. Well, why don't you go buy property in the mountains and go ahead and set yourself up there?
Exactly.
And then make your land defensible.
There you go. I agree with that.
Yes, that takes guns.
Yes. Guns.
Yes.
Which is another good tool to have.
It's an excellent tool to have. For hunting alone.
Yeah. Hunting, defense, all that good stuff.
And they're fun.
And they're fun. Yeah. And they're fun.
Yes.
Well, yeah, they're fun, but man, it's expensive to go play with guns these days, though.
Yeah, I know. I know it's expensive. It's my collection. Yeah, I know. But you got to still practice.
Yeah.
That's why I've got stored ammo for the oh shits, and then I have training ammunition that I use, let the kids shoot off. That's a little cheaper.
Mm.
Plus, get to know your local gun guy.
The local gun
That
guy.
helps.
Yeah. What do you mean by local gun guy? Like gunsmith? Or just gun reseller?
That's another skill to have. No, your local, like, we have small gun shops where I live.
Oh, yeah.
Not
we have those here, too.
Yeah, get to know those guys. They're your friends.
Mm-hmm.
They can get you deals.
Yeah. Yeah. Good advice.
If you get into fabrication and stuff like that, get to know your scrap metal guy. You'd be surprised at what you can get off of him.
Yeah, I used to know a guy who did scrap metaling in California in the valley, and he would go around to the farms and he would get scrap metal from farms, and he made a lot of money doing that shit.
Yeah, I gotta get my guy out here. I got a whole bunch of old equipment. I gotta get moved out. Stuff that's way too big for me. I mean, I got plows from Caterpillars and whatnot on my property. I gotta get off.
Yeah, this guy was using heavy equipment to go get heavy shit.
Yeah.
And then go scrap it. And he would but he did pretty well with it.
Oh yeah, they make a killing. Like I said, it's stuff too big for me to deal with. I'm not melting any of that crap down or cutting it up. So, but yeah. Start learning figure out what you want to do. But like I said, the biggest thing is if you live in the middle of a city, you might want to get out of that city first.
Yeah. That's pretty much my opinion too. Just I'll never live in a city again, and the best thing to do is get out of a city.
I mean, don't get me
Preferably.
wrong. I grew up around D.C., so I grew up in the cities, and
Well, so did I.
you know, it's nice to have the 7-Eleven on every single corner as you look down the street and all that. But it's so much nicer when no one's around me.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area, very highly populated, metropolitan type of place. But
Yep.
I never wanted to live in the actual city. I grew up in suburbs, and that was like city enough. Like even I consider that to be too city-ish. Like, I feel like if your house is on like less than half an acre, that's a problem.
Yeah, when we were shopping, we found some real nice houses, and the first thing my wife says is, "The neighbor's 10 feet away." No,
Right, exactly.
which is amazing. They buy $1 million houses, and you literally 10 to 20 feet away is the neighbor's house. It's a
Yeah.
small wooden house in between. It's just amazing. But no, my nearest neighbor is about a mile away.
Yeah, I'm not that secluded. That's pretty secluded. But me and Ted we're talking, we're like, yeah, we could definitely be more, more secluded and be okay with it. Cause it's like, we're like, oh, it's starting to get people-y out here. And like, my road is a highway, and sometimes these trucks come by and they're coming from going 55, and then right here in front of my house it's a 35, and they're like always pulling the Jake brake, and it'll be like, "Gah, gah, 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 gah," like super loud. Oh, it drives me nuts. Hate it.
Well, I'm off the highway too, but it's 65 miles an hour. But again, it's just a long stretch in the middle of nowhere, so
Yeah.
it's just nice because I can get out onto a main road.
Yeah.
But yep, knowledge is the first tool you need to get. Figure out what you want to start.
Yeah.
And you'd be surprised, like I said, you should get yourself a 3D printer just to play with it. What are you going to do with it? You'll figure it out once you start playing with it and realize what you can do with it. Different people do different things with stuff,
Yeah.
Like I said, I got a little 3D printer to start with for the boys, and they made some toys. And actually, the most thing they did was modify the 3D printer, honestly. They upgraded. And then, like I said, now we're doing carbon fiber. And then, like I said, my son makes a bunch of car parts that he sells and whatnot. And, yeah, they become useful as you don't realize what you need them for until you start messing with them.
Yeah. I may start using I might get a 3D printer. Not yet though. A little bit.
And hell, think of all the flat Earth stuff you could make with it.
That's exactly what I would do. I would make flat Earth stuff. Probably.
Nothing wrong with that.
It's probably exactly what I would do. And also, while you were talking, I was just having visions of my mind because I see Cammy in chat, and you know how Cammy and Zach do the How the World Works things, their little exhibit. I just thought about how cool could it be so you could make little 3D printed things that have like a 3D printer thing that has like maybe a little piece of the polarized filter in it, and it has 3 pieces, so that you could like show people how the Venn diagram works, like in your pocket, like a little. And then have the little things be able to turn the filter inside of there, so you can see it. You know what I'm saying? See how it works. That would be a cool thing.
So, if you ever want to, I sent you a link in the Skype chat. That is a good. Actually, I'll put it in the YouTube chat. If anybody's interested in just playing with that stuff, this is a good, inexpensive. It's a really good, inexpensive printer.
Oh wow! Look at the little castle. How cute!
Yeah, it's so cute. My son's got we got 3 of those, I think. But no, it works real good. It's a good learning printer.
Oh, okay.
Plus, it's sometimes, it's fun just to make crap.
Yeah. Now you're making me want to buy a 3D printer, damn it.
It's a good one.
So what is but is it Mac friendly? Can I use it from my Mac?
It doesn't hook to a
software.
computer at all. You just put, I mean, you can. It does hook. You can, but you can just put you learn how to make the files and it plugs right into it and prints them off. You put them on a thumb drive and stick them in the printer.
Okay.
But yes, it does work. My oldest son is a Mac guy, which you're going to laugh at because you know how I feel about him.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, but that's a good little, for beginners, that is one of the best ones we have found. Oh, yeah, you can make guns with them too.
Oh, I know. I've heard of people. Remember the guy? That was one of the stories on Strange World when the guy made all the 3D printed guns and he was selling them to the gun buyback program. Dope.
It's a good way to make money.
It's a good way to make money off the government when they have a gun buyback program. It's funny. Did I lose you,
Yep,
Brian?
there's
Oh, no, you're there.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. No, yeah. Like I said, the first thing you need to do, though, is get knowledge of what you want to do.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of stuff in the electronics field with the small little computer. You can buy these not raspberries. I wouldn't buy raspberries. Different little small boards. Sensors, like I said, so you can monitor your soil and humidity, air, and have it automatically do crap to keep your hydroponics going and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and yes, you can still do it by hand, planting it in the ground and everything else. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're growing year round and you have an indoor operation, that's cool too, though,
Yes. Yeah, it is. I think the next purchase I'm going to make is a sawmill.
A sawmill, that's good. That's what I would like to have that. I was telling Ted, I'm like, man, all these trees, it would be great if we could mill some of it down and build stuff with the trees.
Yeah, I'm building a new horse stable and I bought all the wood and all that. I'm going, oh, I got all these trees here. Why am I paying Lowe's for this?
Yeah. All right. Cool. Anything else, Brian?
Arduino. That's it.
Arduino?
Good. Arduino computers. Yes. Yes. They're little tiny do-it-yourself things. They're about 30 or 40 bucks. You learn how to wire and do sensors and switches and craps with them and all that.
Oh.
I got a whole electronics area with like 10 of those and raspberries and all that and crap that I got the kids building stuff with.
Awesome. Measure twice, cut once, yeah.
Well, I'll let you get back to talking about coffee.
All right, Brian, thanks for calling in.
All right. Have a good one.
Okay, bye. Chainsaws can mill turn sideways. Yeah, you can use your chainsaw as a mill, but then you're also, it depends on your saw and you have to have a whole setup, blah, 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 blah. But if you have a really, like a saw, an actual circular saw, that's going to cut better than a chainsaw, and it might even, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, you can do it with a chainsaw. David? What's up?
I'm sorry for intruding like this, but as far as sawmill, band saws are the way they make these portable sawmills. Way more efficient. You just sharpen the bands. But you were talking about electricity. With my mother, I'm from a real rural area. My mother's family, their first electricity was wind.
Right.
And the only thing they could power was a radio, as far as I know.
Yeah.
But, for preservation of food, another thing they did was we butchered a couple hogs every year. And we would make fried down bacon, and we'd put it in a crock and layer it with fat. And we called it speck.
Speck?
And the rest of it, speck. It's German. We're all sauerkrauts back there. And you store it in a crock, the same crock we made our sauerkraut in. And what was the other thing? I'm a very forgetful person. I'm old. Salt. You need a real good source of salt. You can salt meat down and dry it, and it'll last forever.
Right,
There's
right.
YouTube things.
Yeah, salt is a great preservative. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, you need a really big source of it, too.
Yeah, you need like
where you
barrels
can
of
it. What's that?
I said, yeah, you need like barrels of it.
Well, at least gunny sacks full of it.
Yeah.
If not barrels. But I had a cousin who had a master of electricity. He designed trigger mechanisms for nuclear weapons for Bendix. And he said that the power company doesn't actually produce electricity. They say that they create a vacuum where you can suck the energy out of the earth. He said you had to have a ground for your house electricity, and that was how it worked. But who knows what the truth is? He's gone now. That's about all I know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But wind is probably the first one we use, then water, of course. But wind, I think, is more easily, because it's very seldom you don't have wind.
Right.
It's usually some kind of breeze. Catch it.
Yeah.
But that's all I have to say.
All right.
And I want to thank you again for being around.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for listening.
You're welcome. Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you. Bye now.
Bye. Wind, yeah. Hey. Should buy as much organic stuff as you can. You can just plunge it in fat bucket and it will store long. All non-organic coffee is toxic. Which guns? Which garbage brands? I wouldn't have anything to do with either brand. Which guns you talking about, Ben? High Points. Curious. It's just a package. How do you know if they're telling the truth when it says organic on the label? Well, that's a good question, but I know that like food producers and stuff, they have to go through a lot of trouble and go jump through a lot of hoops to get that organic label. I know that. Some people think there's no difference between organic and not organic, but I also remember a long time there was a study done by people who who, it was like a family. I think it was in some country, I forget, Europe or something. But they were they switched their whole diet to completely 100% organic, and they did all sorts of tests, like tested levels, you know, in their systems of heavy metals, blah blah blah, whatever. And after they changed their diet and they retested again, and it was like a huge difference. Like they were, it was crazy, the difference. At least that was a while ago. I mean, you know, you don't see a whole lot of stuff like that now, but I mean, I try to buy as much organic stuff as I possibly can. You know, it does seem to be better in my opinion. You know, I just don't want to eat Roundup. I don't want to eat Roundup. I'll pay extra for them to leave the Roundup out. Am I frozen? I'm not frozen, am I? Canola. Look at it, it's already 11:30. I was gonna talk about the moon map thing, and then it just never went that way. I guess I could still do it. Or chemicals you can't pronounce. Right. Thank you for the tip, Arlette Wage. On Rockfin. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Cheers. Yeah, you pretty much have to know the people or it's all just bullshit. I know. Why can't we buy real green stevia? I don't know. You can't buy everything right from the farm though. Like there's just no way. They have, you know, industrialized the food production to an extent that it is very difficult to get stuff right from the farm. Even in the weed community, most of the organic growers are bullshit. You can grow it. You know, I don't know. I don't know if they actually do what they say they're doing, but I hope so. I know, I don't trust the FDA label either. You know? I don't trust anything from the government. Anything that's under the leadership of the government, I don't even really trust. But here's the other thing. Can you trust privatized stuff too all the time? No, you can't trust private stuff all the time. Things have to be vetted out, you know? Like, that's why you just have to go by word of mouth. Like, word of mouth is the best advertising. If somebody you know dealt with something or someone and they found them to be like honest to deal with, that's how you know that it's good to deal with that person. Like you can't trust the government, you can't trust private companies at their word really either. I mean, people have to show. The proof is in the pudding. You know what I'm saying? Cheers, commercial sound and video. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships to people. It doesn't get you high, it's ridiculous. What are you talking about? I heard the weed in their stores are being sprayed with the synthetic cannabinoids. Oh, dude, that's terrible. Is that like the THCA stuff? Or the Delta 9? Because I wonder about that, because they sell that stuff here in Carolinas, and I'm like, that's sussy. That's very, very sussy, because like if you go to the websites, like, is cannabis legal? It tells you it's not legal for any use in the Carolinas. But then you go, there's like all these CBD stores, and they're like, we sell THCA, we sell Delta 9. And it's like, well, how? Delta 8 knockoffs? So what is... That's a fact. My standards of organic and the USD are way different. Yeah, I know. You gave me THCA? Okay. Well, see, that's why I'm asking, because I don't know. I just see all these different types, and I don't know what it means. You know, and it just looks very suspicious, because... You know what I'm saying? It's only Delta 9 that's illegal. They're making synthetic knockoffs to get around it. Don't do the Delta 10. Oh yay, Ben's calling. This is gonna help. Hey Ben, how's it going?
Morning, Karen.
Morning.
No, THCA is great. That's the diamonds that I make.
Okay.
That's the actual THCA. And so what they're talking about with all of this is different structures. Now, with the Delta 9 or Delta 8, what they've done is they've taken and derived oil out of a CBD plant, a hemp plant, and then they take and they chemically rearrange the molecules. And so their claim is that this chemically rearranged molecule now is just like a normal THC molecule, and it'll do the same thing, which it absolutely does not. It's no different than all the problems that we have with regular drug companies who will take and rearrange a molecule and then feed it to you and tell you that that's the one that's the good stuff. It works just like the natural stuff, but it's different.
Okay.
And then all these damn stores and whatnot, they're buying this PGR weed, which there's a lot of stuff now. When it comes to the very end, there's a couple different products that they're selling people, and it's super interesting. One of them is a bud hardener, and the other one is supposed to make it frosty. It's like, and they're PGRs, and it makes it look just beautiful. Something that would have been like an airy, fluffy, like no material nugget that most people don't want, turns into this super solid, just rock. And it's super frosty looking. And then you go ahead and try and use it, and there's nothing there. It does not do, like, you were looking at that thing thinking, just looking at it, it should just be blast you to the next planet. But it doesn't do anything.
That's crazy.
It doesn't work. And even and then when you extract it, there's almost no oil content, which is really crazy. That's the part that really gets me. Like, when you go to these stores and you buy stuff, it says on them, it'll say like it has like 35% THC. And you're like, what the fuck? Well, THC is oil. If that is 1/3 oil, you should literally be able to just give that a little squeeze and stuff should just drip right out.
Right.
And then I do extractions. I have yet to ever come remotely close to pulling 35% oil out of any plant like that. It doesn't, not even close. Like 10 to 12 is a really high grade plant.
Really?
5 is your north. Yes. Like, that's indoor, top of the line, super high grade. I think 15 is the highest I've ever pulled. On your typical outdoor stuff that's growing, all over the damn county, you're talking 5 to 7 is about all you get out of it, is 5 to 7. And so what I always think is, and I've never been in one of these labs, but what I've always wondered is what they saying is 35% of the total oil then is THC. is what I'm very curious about, because that would make sense to me, because then you're not actually measuring the amount of oil in it. So I've always found that to be absolute bullshit. Whenever you're talking organic, there's so many little tricks with this. Like, one of the easy ones to explain it with is chickens. Like, for it to be a organic chicken, you just have to give it a certain type of feed and not give it certain medications. When they talk about cage-free, that usually means that the birds are all still locked in a building. They just aren't in an individual cage.
Mm-hmm.
And when they talk about that, when they say they have free range, all they need to have to do is put a little opening outside of the barn with a little penned area that they can run into outside. Like, there's all kinds, and this applies to every step of organic. Basically, all it is them finding a way to put a nice little label on something and sell it to you, and it's still just as garbage. It's not the same as, like, my chickens that run all over the mountainside doing whatever they want, literally eating whatever they want, that are all super healthy and happy. And when you crack open one of the eggs, the yolk is a dark orange.
Mm-hmm.
Not bright yellow, dark orange.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the same.
No, I definitely know that, because we have our own chickens, and those are the best eggs ever. And, like, now if I ever see, somebody crack open a store egg and the yolk is all pale and yellow, I'm like, ugh, that doesn't look good.
Yep, and the white is, like, super watery, where the whites of my eggs is like, it's like snot. It's very thick.
Mm-hmm.
And I can reach right in and just with my fingers yank the yolk out, and it won't break. Just pull it out, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not the same. And the same applies to all of your food. When you're looking at food, same thing. They've just done little tricks. They've paid the extra money to get the certificate. That does not mean that they are doing like I'm doing, where they're taking just alpaca shit and chicken shit. And,
oh, right. Yeah, because there's a whole...
bacteria and fungi that are north.
Yeah, there's a whole list of stuff that they're allowed to use under the organic label. That probably, if people knew what it was, they'd be like, well, that's not organic.
Yep, exactly. Like, one of the big ones the cannabis growers use is then they'll take and sulfur their cannabis to use it as a pesticide, because that's, by all technicality, an organic pesticide. And then everybody wonders why everything tastes like burnt tire. You're like, well, that's the sulfur they chucked on it. Like, if you try extracting it, it's so horrible you can't hardly stand it. It's like somebody stuck 10 books of burnt matches in your face.
Jeez.
Yep, but they do it, and it's organic. And again, it's just not the same. The problem is to grow true organics, you can't do it on a large scale, on a large commercial scale.
Yeah, right.
You'll never ever, it's never going to be the same as the guy who sat in his basement with 20 plants that handmade his teas, sat there and took care of those plants, talked to them anytime anything was going on with them. He's out there wiping the leaves, doing all that. You can't do that on a commercial basis. You just can't.
No, it's true. This is why it's so great.
And that Delta 8's garbage.
It's Delta 8? Is that the one that's bad?
It's not derived from actual cannabis or from actual THC bearing plant, so it's been just chemically altered to more resemble the molecule that THC is.
Crazy.
Because like when you're looking at that, all the THCs, like when you walk into the dispensary and some of them will have like the different THCs and how much of each is in there. THCA is the very first arrangement of the THC, and that's the one that crystallizes real easily. After that, they don't really want to crystallize up anymore, and so but it also becomes more bioavailable to your body as it sits there. The crystallized one is the one that's really hard to take in. That's why you need so much heat. You have to convert it.
Oh, okay.
And so, you bet. All they're doing is then, usually it starts out as THCA and then it degrades down. And so the plant's just full of different oils. And with that Delta 8, they're basically trying to reverse that process. And it just doesn't really work.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering, how are they selling it over here when it's basically illegal? If you look up online, it says it's illegal for use. Is it just because it's, I mean, how do they do that? What's the get around? You know what I'm saying?
Well, a lot of times with a lot of those things, it's either like a bath oil or it's a scent type thing. When you're talking about, even like all these years, when you're talking about buying cannabis seeds and stuff, the whole way that you're able to buy cannabis seeds is that it's a souvenir. You're not buying it to plant it. That somehow makes it different. It's just the stupid fucking laws, and every time there's always some little quirk in the law that allows you to do things. Just like you can buy mushroom spores, perfectly legal. You can walk around with them until you make them into mushrooms. It doesn't mean anything because a mushroom spore doesn't have any psychoactive ingredients in it.
Right. But I still don't see how they're able to get around selling THCA or Delta 9 or whatever I see being advertised here in North Carolina, where it's supposedly illegal for all use. But they call them CBD
But because
stores.
Delta 8 was not derived from an illegal plant. Delta 8 was derived from a hemp plant, which was legal. The oil in that was perfectly legal, and they made some chemical alterations to it.
Okay, so
it's not
So it's like it has to do with the breed of the plant, because there's different breeds, right? I remember a while ago hearing that like a lot of the laws on the books in California, it was all geared toward indica and not sativa. So if you were convicted of a law for indica, you could get off on the technicality that you were actually growing sativa and not indica, like that sort of thing.
Straight up.
Okay.
Like, that's what I'm talking about. And these are the weird little fucking things that people don't realize in the laws.
Okay. That makes
sense. Like, the laws are never quite right.
Right. They just pick and choose
and this is derived from ruderalis. Delta 8's derived from ruderalis.
Okay. All right. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
So how are y'all doing over there? Is your snow melting yet?
It snowed again last night.
Are you kidding? Damn.
Yep. Nope, it snowed again last night. And thankfully I got in the night before. I was missing a cow, and I thought that she was probably out having a calf. And fortunately, I'd fixed the four-wheeler, so I spent yesterday looking for my cow, and I found her up on one of the properties up above me. But a whole bunch of trees had fallen across the road, so the calf couldn't get through. So I had to go chomp up some trees. But we got spent the day doing that, and then got the little calf home and got her in a shelter and everything. So pretty happy about that. We got that done, and then it snowed. So
oh, good, just in time.
Yep, and it's a pretty little girl. We're super excited.
Yeah, I saw the pictures and the video on Facebook. That's so awesome.
Yeah, milking time. Oh man, Mama's milk bag is huge. I'm gonna try and probably milk her this morning and take some of that pressure off, because that baby's not gonna eat that much yet. And
yeah.
The colostrum that we had saved in the fridge or in the freezer is not in a great condition anymore, so we'll go ahead and renew that, because we keep some colostrum in case there's any problems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep. Beautiful California. Sunny,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, although I grew up there, and I do remember the occasional, every once in a while, I do remember at one point there being snow in the Sierras in June, like it's snowing. I know you're not. I don't think you're. Are you
Wow.
technically in the Sierras? Is that considered the Sierras or?
Nope. I'm
No.
in the coastal. I'm in the coastal mountain
Right.
range. I'm actually in the King Range,
Right. Okay.
where
what I thought.
Rockefeller Forest and all that shit is. The Sierras is the one that's on the other side of Redding,
Right.
on the east side.
Between California and Nevada.
And yeah, that. Yep. And they got smashed so bad. Like they've had to close down ski resorts because there's too much snow. Like the snow is above the lifts.
Wow.
It's insane. Yeah. I mean, you saw that picture of Lake Shasta. People might not understand if you've never been to Lake Shasta, but that's a 500-foot deep lake,
Yeah.
and when it's full, and that is the longest lake in the United States. So when you're talking about that deep, that lake, the shore of it, that's a giant lake, giant. And for it to go from it had basically dropped down to a creek. Like that wasn't even a river anymore. That was a creek. I mean, they were talking about over in Vegas, because of the lake over there, they were talking about shutting off power to the hydro dam. Like we were dead. It was all dead for water everywhere around here, and now Lake Shasta is literally full, and there's like freaking 40 feet of snow on the mountain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So drought's over for now.
Yeah. All in 3 months. Drought's over. It's going to take us the next 2 years to get the roads back up to par so anybody can drive on them.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember seeing that the freeways were washing out and stuff. It's crazy.
Everywhere. Main highways are washing out. Like large sections of them just disappearing and sliding off.
Wow.
Yeah. Or it's eroding out inside of it, and there's giant potholes. Like not potholes like most people think, where the tire just dips down into it. It's a sinkhole where the front end of the car will drop into it.
Yeah, that's crazy. Wow.
Yeah. Good times.
Yeah.
They,
Oh, hey, I gotta.
They wanted the. Go ahead.
Well, you can finish your thought. Go ahead.
They want us all out. They're just going to keep pushing. We would go straight from fires and drought to more water than you can handle.
Yeah. That's crazy. I got a question in a super chat and I accidentally just deleted that. Why did I do that? Well, anyway, I didn't mean to delete that question. I was going to read it and then somehow I guess I accidentally selected it and deleted the fucking question. But basically, Logan Cook gave a $5 chat and he asked, can Brown's gas be bottled like in a canister so that people could sample it without having the machine? But I don't know about that.
For a very short duration, and then if it's and it's got to be under pretty strict conditions. If you put it in a really sealed bottle, like I like to carry mine in, I've got a Yeti thermos that so it really seals up, and that's going to help because the way that the hydrogen is going to release is it's going to be all mixed into the water to start out with. It is all going to push up to the top, but as it's trying to push up to the top, if you stop the pressure, because that's going to build up a little bit of pressure, the pressure will actually stop it from releasing out of the fluid. This is the same thing like when I'm making crystals, the same concept. The pressure doesn't actually, like a lot of people think that the pressure creates the crystal. It doesn't really create the crystal. The crystal is going to structure itself the way it's going to structure itself. What the pressure is doing is setting the timing. So the way the thing becomes a crystal is the solvent gas or the lighter gas will go ahead and release out of the system and jump up out, and then the common molecules will align and bind. But that's a really slow, hard process. If you do it fast, it all just turns into one big goo. If you do it nice and slow, they'll take and align with each other and form really nice, hard crystals. And so letting out the gas is, if you can trap that gas in there, then it also traps it inside the solvent solution, and it'll stay there. So you can do that ever so slightly, but hydrogen is the lightest element that there is. So it's fairly easily going to go to the top. It's fairly easily going to deplete out. It's got a very limited duration. If a person wanted to do that, you could maybe get some sealed containers like that. Let's say somebody wanted to go to Flattoberfest and let everybody sample some hydrogenated water. I would say that morning you can make it, and any samples you give out and that are consumed throughout the day are probably going to be fine if it's sealed. After that, the next day, anything you did, you're going to have to redo.
Yeah. I think that's for water. He's wondering if you can compress the gas, like the gas that comes out of the cannula, into a CO2 tank.
Sure you could, but yeah, you'd need to cool it down substantially. Gas can't really compress. You can't compress the gas, but what you could do is you could collect the gas, and then you could cool it, and as it's cooling, you could bring it back down to its liquid state instead of its gaseous state, and that's where you're going to be able to hold it. But I'm not even sure what temperature hydrogen converts to liquid. That's got to be cold as hell. Bet you that's negative 250, so over 200 Celsius.
Let's Google it. When does hydrogen become liquid? Does it say?
Negative 253.
Yeah. Celsius.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be under. I knew it was going to be. Yeah, that's fucking cold. So
that's really freaking cold. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's pretty hard to get to for an at-home system. You can use dry ice because that's part of why I was saying I knew it was going to be over 250 because CO2 to liquefy that. That's if it's negative 80 when it's sitting in its compressed ice state, but when it's in any slurry, it's like negative 150.
Yeah.
And oxygen in them are much worse. Yeah, 253. That's cold.
That's seriously cold.
Yeah, but you can do it. You can do it. And it says right there, once hydrogen is liquefied, it can be stored in liquefaction at the liquefaction plant in large insulated tanks.
But would that be considered Brown's gas?
No.
See, that's the thing, because I was watching George talk about it, and he was talking about how, they're through the electrolysis process. I forget the words that he used, but it's like the electrically enhanced.
You're electrically rearranging the molecule is what you're doing.
Right.
Is you're electrically rearranging it. And this is one of the things that the drug companies take huge advantage of, is that most people don't realize. When you look at a chemical formula, the chemical formula, the constituent parts of it is all that people normally think about. So water is H2O. Brown's gas is HHO. It's the same, it's got the same chemical formula, the same constituent parts, but they're put together differently.
Mm-hmm.
is what's going on with that. Right. And so, which completely changes the way your body receives everything. This is, whenever you look at chemistry, alchemy, anything like that, half of what you're doing is taking something and just changing its structure, which makes it do a different thing.
Right. Okay.
So when you're looking at HHO, you've taken a super stable molecule, which is a water molecule, H2O, and that's in kind of a triangle, super stable. What you've done is then thrown electricity through it and broken apart that molecule. And so now it's not aligned the same. It's got that extra hydrogen kind of hanging off, and it's just ready to just break away. And that's part of why when you do that, you're able to take in so much extra hydrogen, because some water in your body, it uses it to flush things out, do things like that. But a lot of it, it's getting broken down into specifically hydrogen and oxygen. That's why your body is, when they talk about you need to be hydrogenated, they don't say you need to have water. Like, it's hydrogenated specifically. What you need is the hydrogen element in it.
Right.
And so with HHO, that hydrogen element breaks off super easy, and you don't have to go through the process of breaking it apart and making it into the constituent elements. But this is a game that they play with so many things. Just because the same elements are in it does not mean it's going to affect you at all the same.
Right.
At all.
Right. Fascinating.
But I've never, Brown's gas, I've never heard too much industrial application yet, so you almost have to go industrial to find something that's liquefied, as we just looked. It takes extreme temperatures to liquefy a lot of these gases.
Right.
So it's not something a normal person's going to do at home, unless somebody on the industrial scale decides that they want to invest in it.
Right.
Then you're never going to see it. So many industries are like that. Like the solar industry, people don't realize the cannabis community made the solar industry happen. Like, no big companies were investing in that. It was a bunch of growers that wanted power and had extra cash money that they didn't know what to do with, so they invested it into these solar companies and pushed the solar industry straight out. That was cannabis driven.
Yeah, that makes sense, because I do remember, like, when they would have growing houses in the valley, like, they would just buy houses, and the whole house would just be just to grow weed in it, right? So the whole house was full of it.
Yep.
And then, of course, then the helicopters start flying over with the infrared, and then they find the hot roof, and then they raid
Dream
it.
killer.
And then they find it. So yeah, that totally makes sense that they want to get off the grid and like be out, like that. That's interesting. How funny.
You bet. And it had the cannabis industry not invested in it, it'd still be 20 years behind, because big businesses weren't investing into it.
Right. Well,
Yep.
It's still not even that
research
efficient.
and development stage is where all the money goes.
Yeah.
What's that?
I just think solar is still not even that efficient. Like, on an industrial level, it's just, you know what I mean? Like, everybody should just have their own solar.
It sucks ass.
Right?
Even if you have your own solar, people don't even realize. Like, they get this idea that when you live off grid, that you can just plug up a couple solar panels on your fucking roof and you're living just like you were in the city with like 83 different bells and whistles running all at the same time.
Right.
Hell no. Hell no. I've got 42 solar panels, and I've got 24 giant batteries. Cost $15,000 for the battery bank. And that it'll run about a day. It would run about a day and a half with just the fridge. We don't have any of the other things in the house. I've got a tiny house. We don't have all the electronics other people have. We don't run a TV or nothing. Basically, the only things running is the fridge, the modem, and a couple 60-watt light bulbs. That's all the electricity in my house. And that'll last about a day and a half if there's no sun.
Wow.
And on top of that, what people don't realize is that you don't get full solar power most of the time. Like, even in lovely California, if you set your solar panels up, unless you go and spend like the $30,000 for one of them solar trackers that holds giant machine that holds the panels and adjusts them perfectly to catch the sun perfectly, depending on what angle your sun's hitting the panel, you watch throughout the day, there's only usually like in the middle of summer, there's maybe 4 or 5 hours where I'm pulling full power. Other than that, it's a percentage. I'm getting percentages.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, the investment to return is huge on that stuff, unless you really limit the way that you live. So when people think that these things are so great, no, solar really kind of sucks. It doesn't do even close to what people think it does. Now, granted, a lot of that also depends on the batteries too, because if you do get the nanocarbon batteries, those have supposedly, I've not used them, so I can't verify this, but supposedly those have 95% power from panel to battery, meaning that whatever your panel pulls in, if your panel pulls in 100 amps of power, then 95 of that will be banked away into your battery in amp hours. Now, is that true? I don't know. But what I do know is on lead acid batteries, it's about 40%. So about 40%, if you put in 100, you're going to get about 40 that actually go into your battery to be usable again at a later date. Now, that's all going to fluctuate when you go to use it based on temperature and things like that, because if it's too hot, it's going to burn out the power. If it's too cold, it doesn't want to release its voltage. It'll show that it has voltage, but it won't power anything as soon as you try and put load to it, just like a car battery, where it showed your battery was fine. And then as soon as you try and start the car, it's like, because as soon as you put load on it, it dies.
Mm-hmm.
So all those things are going to also make the whole thing vary. And none of it's good for you. Like, none of it makes it better. Right? It's all just loss. So when people think about it, honestly, on an industrial scale, solar's nowhere near where it would need to be. They're really pushing a fairly garbage product. Most people in California that are using it, they're feeding it, they're on the grid, they're using it, so they feed their power into the grid during the daytime. And then this is what that Tesla battery is made for. So that Tesla battery is not even it's not an off-grid battery at all. It's lithium-ion battery. And like we all know with our phones or our tools that we use, lithium ions meant to be completely depleted and then completely charged very rapidly. They make all kinds of different phone chargers that are specific lightning chargers just to make it happen more rapidly, because that's really good for lithium batteries. And so what that battery is meant to do is, in California, during the daytime when all the manufacturers are operating, power is one price, and it's a giant price, and it takes that's when you have all these different power outages, because all these big manufacturers are using up power. So you, during that time, your solar panels are feeding into the system, and you're not actually a net negative, you're a net positive, so you're basically feeding back to these factories. Then in the evening, it's kind of a wash, and what it's meant to do is, throughout the evening and overnight, you deplete this battery out. That's when you're running off of the battery when the sun's down. You deplete it during the day when the manufacturers are running and your solar panels feed them.
Mm-hmm.
And then at night, you fill up your battery again off of the grid power. So it's not even meant to run your solar panels direct to your battery. You're supposed to fill up off the grid at night.
Right.
And then your panels feed the grid in the day.
Right. That's why I just didn't go for the solar thing, because I was like, so you spend all this money and you still don't have power when the grid goes down? If like everybody else has power and goes out of power and I don't after spending $50,000? Yeah, no thanks.
Yep. No, it's all BS, and it just feeds the power companies and keeps them viable. Is all it's really doing, because the amount of power stations that they would have to put up to backfeed what these people are backfeeding is ridiculous. So they're basically using the people to upgrade their infrastructure, and you still don't really get anything out of it. Not really.
No. You don't. Actually, my mom has solar, right? Because my mom lives in California. And so a while ago, her and my stepdad, they invested and they put solar panels on their house, right? Because they have PG&E,
Yep.
right? And their PG&E bill was like ridiculous, like $600, right? I mean, her house is smaller than mine.
Yep.
And her electric bill is like 4 times what mine is, you know? So it was like crazy. So they put solar on their house. And now, so they do pretty good where the solar has reduced their bill, and like now it's like pretty normal, right? But now PG&E
Yep.
wants to tax people, right? Because now they're not making enough money because people have been, first of all, they started to require people to put solar on. So now people start putting solar, and so now they're not making as much money, so now they're taxing people for having solar. It's just a fucking
and
joke.
They're passing through a new law that where PG&E does not have to pay you the same amount as what was originally what the people that, like your mom, where she's set in.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's supposed to be starting this summer, maybe. Anybody that gets solar after that, they don't get that. They don't get that money. Like they're getting like a fraction.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Super scammy.
It is scammy.
Super scammy. You bet. They're just upgrading their infrastructure on our land, and then they don't have to actually do it, and you will pay for it. Like for them to put up all those solar panels, that would be insane. But instead, they get you to pay for it, and a whole bunch of people to put up. Like if 80% of the people in a block do it, that's a huge block of solar panels that they didn't have to pay for. That's powering their daytime power.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sad.
That's crazy, man.
Sad.
Cammy says, wait till she has
Yep.
to replace the roof. I've thought about that too. I'm like, well, what happens when the roof needs to be replaced? You have to take off all the solar and then roof the house and then re-put the solar
You
on?
bet.
What a pain in the ass.
You bet. You bet. And then anytime you go to do a project like that, that's when you find out that your solar panels, all the wiring's been corroding up there, and everything else. When you take something apart, it doesn't just come apart nice and go back together nice. You end up replacing half of it.
Wow. Yes,
You
we
know?
just did. Oh, yeah. That's crazy,
Oh,
man.
she's naughty. Yeah, real bad. But if we want to keep being giant power consumers, that's never going to change. That's the whole deal. Even when they're selling people the idea of off grid, they sell them the idea that they don't have to change their lifestyle.
Right.
Like when we moved off grid, we literally thought that we were pretty frugal with power. We really did.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't actually, once you move off grid, it's like whatever the sun pulls in throughout the day, that's what you've got in that battery bank, that's what you've got. You've got nothing else available to you. And so you start paying real attention to what you're using per hour because, you got a ration. And when we moved off grid first, we were running about 2 kilowatts an hour, and we thought that we were very reasonable. And now, after living it a number of years and having to make the adjustments, we run off. If we have the fridge in, the fridge brings it up to about 0.4, but we average with it before we got the fridge. We were living out of a Yeti cooler and just putting dry ice in it. But we were running 0.2 kilowatts an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, and most people that is a 60-watt light. That's 60 watts going on. That's you're already taking up a fairly substantial portion of that point too. You're not drawing much power. Like I said, a couple light bulbs, your internet. A lot of people off grid end up going with a propane fridge, because the fridge is your biggest drawer, your biggest power draw is if you live like this, you don't have all the little things when you walk around your house. Like when we went to Flattoberfest, that was super fascinating because everybody's house we went into, to me, sounds like a beehive. Like
Yeah.
I can hear the power consumption going on in their houses.
Probably. I'm sure you can if you're not used to it, or if you're used to it being so quiet where you live. I don't doubt it.
Yeah, it sounds like a beehive in everybody's house. I can hear the power being consumed, and then you look around and all these little things that have a light on them, all these things that are just sleeping for power saving, but they're still running. Like all those things add up, and it's a lot.
Yeah.
And people have no idea. Like I said, we were doing 2 kilowatts an hour and thought that we were living frugally compared to most people. And then to truly live off grid, we had to drop down to 0.2. So,
Wow.
a tenth of the power of, yeah. And I've got a giant system. My system, your typical what they show you on the internet, these cutesy little systems that are like $1,000 or something like that. You can't live off that. I've got an 8 kilowatt inverter. I've got 24 L16 giant batteries, 42 solar panels, and I still have to live in a very truncated way in order to maintain that power. No, we don't feel like we're lacking, but we've made the adjustments. But I'm saying if a person went from the city to this, they'd be like, what the hell?
Oh, it would be a huge shock, I'm sure, at first. I mean, I admit it. I would go into shock. I mean, you've been in my house. Well, I remember having this conversation with you actually a while ago where you were talking about people don't realize how much power they use. And then I started paying attention to it, like after that conversation later that day in my house. And I was like, yeah, I'd be having to make a lot of changes if I really wanted to go to off grid. I was like, man, I don't know if I want to do that.
Oh, most people have half the lights in their house on all day. They do things like leave the TV on for background noise.
Oh,
they
yeah.
aren't even watching the TV. They're in another damn room doing stuff. They still got that damn thing on. And these TVs are giant now.
Oh, I know.
Like, people don't even think of that.
Yeah, that's one thing. We never use the TV anymore. That thing's hardly ever turned on in my house. But like all the other stuff, like the computers, the lights, the AC, the heat, because where I live, especially in the Carolinas, it's like if I don't, I need my AC and I need my heat at certain times of the year or I'm going to be in trouble, right? So it's like, it just, I really started to realize like how much I depend on that electricity being there. It's crazy.
It's amazing. It's amazing because then you go back and look at pictures from like the 17 and 1800s, and you see people living in like these really dilapidated little cabins where there's not even a proper window, the door doesn't fit right. You know that thing is just, air is just screaming through every crack of that thing. And they got this little fireplace in there, and they're just all happy as hell. They're like, what the hell? How aren't you freezing to death?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that too is like, we're capable of enduring a lot more than we're used to. We're just like I've said this a few times lately, technology has made us lazy. And when we can make ourselves comfortable, we'd much rather be comfortable than get used to enduring the colder colds or the warmer warms. You know what I'm saying?
You bet. You betcha. It's the temperature thing is a really big one because it's what keeps people from going outside. Like most people, and it's very interesting too that most people that I've seen when I go to their house in the winter, it's hotter than it is in the summer. Like in the summer, they want to keep their house in like 68 and 65, and in the winter, they keep their house at like 75. Oh. Like, are you just purposely going against nature to burn power?
Yeah, that I don't do. At least I will keep my heat like normal, like 70. Try to keep it at 70, I think. 70, 72. I mean, that's probably warmer than it even needs to be.
Yeah, we live off of wood burner, So, and then again, it's a whole rationing system. We stack away so much wood throughout the year, and there's a certain amount of wood, just like when I'm talking about living off grid with power, where I've got this much, and I'm not going to get more. So this is what I get to use. And now, granted, with wood a little bit, you can go out and cut it, but the wood that you cut after the fact is always wet and doesn't burn worth a shit. So you've got to really keep yourself at a specific level. Like my dad came about a month ago to visit, and whenever my dad's here, we go through almost a month's worth of wood in just like 4 days. Because my dad, he's in there opening up that fucking door like every 5 minutes, chucking more logs in it. Christy and Brian and I are just like sweating. Christy and I sleep up in the loft, so when he's doing that, he's doing it all night too. I'm like, how do you even wake up that many times? I was cold. Christy and I are upstairs just in pools of sweat, just like dying. We've got all the windows upstairs just slammed open. We're like,
Oh my God. That's funny.
It is. You get used to this, and even us. Like I said, it's like even with me, I look at pictures like from then, and I see those people, and I'm like, holy shit, that guy was tough. Like I couldn't put up with that.
Yeah. I think that's a big part of it. We just aren't tough anymore.
Yep.
People used to be tougher.
Exactly. We have been sissified.
Mm-hmm.
And comfort's what did it.
Yep.
And that made us weak. That's the sad part about it. We can't do the things, and that's part of why you get into so many arguments with people, like where they try to make things into aliens or whatever, some huge ultimate thing. Most of it was just people had more will back then.
Yeah, that is one of the things that upsets me most about this alternative history stuff that people are all into now, where, oh, it was the Nephilim, oh, it was giants, oh, it was aliens. It's like, well, no wonder nobody does anything cool anymore. You guys all think you can't do it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's like, how many people in our lifetime grew up watching somebody build something or make something with their hands? Like, almost nobody, probably, for the most part.
Exactly. Yeah, like when I was a little kid, everybody I knew, their parents built their house. Their grandparents built their house.
Right.
Now I don't know anybody that does that.
Remember when they could order the house off Sears catalog, like the house kit, and then they'd ship you all the parts, and then people would build their own houses? Well, you don't see that shit now.
Like that's literally what almost every house out in the mountains out here is a kit house, where they just ordered the wood and put these things together out in the mountains. That's like what all these houses are.
Yeah. But yeah, nobody does that anymore. Nobody considers, doing anything themselves. Or at least very few.
No. Yeah, and when you pay somebody else to make your life for you, that costs a lot. So that means that you have to go acquire a whole lot of money. Whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're just going to waste your life making somebody else's life, while you pay other people to make your life.
Right.
It's insanity at its finest.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard Brian call in earlier at all. He was talking about making your own generator. Like, he's like, you just need an alternator hooked up to a turbine and spin the turbine, and then you have a generator.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
I mean, basically, I know I'm very, very stripped. That's a very stripped down, basic, remedial way to say it. I get it.
but the basic idea is there 100%. The basic idea, yeah. You're gonna get 12 volt power, with variable amperage, and again, this is like Christy was saying the other day, in the 50s, your car manual told you how to adjust the fucking valves while the car was running.
Yeah.
Now they tell you don't drink the battery acid.
Exactly.
Like, the car manual doesn't tell you how to do anything to the car.
Right. It's like, take it to the dealer. Take it to the dealer.
Yeah. So when you're dealing with this stuff, there's just a whole lot to it, and a lot of different variables. But he's absolutely right. The one that the alternative power community doesn't ever talk about, and where the real problem comes in, is when you're talking, like the fellow that was talking about the LED lights that will pull in voltage.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, you can have voltage without really having amperage. Amperage is what drives the whole system. Voltage is like basically the riverbed, and then amperage is the river. And so you can have a bunch of voltage. This happens to me at night with the moon. The moon causes voltage on solar panels, but it doesn't have any amperage to it. So I can hear my inverter, especially if there's a full moon. Sometimes on a full moon, I'll pull 60 volts off the full moon, and it won't have any amps behind it. It won't have any push power. I can hear my inverter because it makes this. It goes when it reaches this, because my inverter, it has to have 48 volts in order to function.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you're doing with an inverter, when you're picking them, when you're doing a 12 volt inverter up to 120 volts, it's an inversion of power, and so you need to put in a whole lot to make that inversion. Where with 48, you aren't trying to make near the jump. So mine's a 48. I need 48 volts to make my inverter go, and I can hear it tell me that it's ready to go. But if I walk in there and if I turn on a light, it won't do anything. It'll just shut my inverter down. My inverter's like, oh, never mind. There wasn't nothing here.
That's
and the same thing applies with a lot of these energies, like with a rare earth battery, where you're just basically taking moisture and heat and or moisture differential and heat differential and pulling a voltage off of it. You can get like 0.2 volts off of where you've just basically taken some electrodes, jammed them in the ground, and have a wire in between. You can get like 0.2 volts usually is what an earth battery pulls. So then you imagine you just put them together in a series. You put 5 of them together in a series, you end up with 1 volt, and then you just do that 120 times voltage. The problem is that you can put it on a multimeter and you can see voltage. Yep, I agree. It does happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then you tie a bunch of them together and you go to actually do something with it, and you find out that it's an entirely different tester to find amperage, which is a flow, and you have to put this little clip that goes around the wire, and it checks the electron flow that goes through the wire. As it passes, that's where you're going to pick up your amperage, and then you find out you don't have none of that.
Oh, shoot. Is YouTube dropping my stream?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Seems like a lot of the apps have been having trouble the last couple weeks.
YouTube does this to me once in a while. It will just dump me for no reason. Like, everything else will be fine, and then YouTube will dump me.
It says, you're done talking.
Yeah. Because it said excellent condition the whole time. Okay. All right. Thanks for calling, Ben.
Yeah, we'll let you go, Karen. We love you.
Just in case it does drop, I am on Rumble and Rockfin currently. Although it is 12:30 and it is getting close to closing up the coffee shop. It's okay. YouTube buffing. Yeah, buffering. It's saying poor. I don't know why. Hold on, let me check. Dropped frame rate. I don't know what's going on here. Anyway. Had to refresh, but they want to stuff ads down my throat. Sorry about that. Light bulbs are actually fairly simple. Okay. Well, now it's saying poor. I don't know what's up with YouTube. Recommend that you use it. I know my bit rate is more than that, because I set it to higher than that. Let me check here. Yeah. Okay, now it says excellent again. Okay. I don't know what was going on there, but YouTube was having an issue. Alright. Alright. Just basic resistance. You just need to pull oxygen out and fill it with inert gas so it doesn't oxidize the filament. Okay, so anyway, I think, Logan, to answer your question from earlier, doesn't seem to be an easy way to take gas, Brown's gas, and compress it and save it in a container to hand out. Although that would be cool. But I know, like, those machines, those AquaCure machines are not cheap. But you know, I've been using it. Ted's been using it. I've been drinking the water. I mean, I do notice a difference after having the cannula on and breathing it in for, you know, I'll sit there for a half hour or an hour. I started doing 432. I was doing 528 because I have a thing for 528. I like that frequency. But then I switched it to 432 recently just to try it, and I liked that too. I mean, it's good. I felt really good after doing 432 last night. I was doing it because we did so much work yesterday in the yard. I remember hearing one thing about the hydrogen, like doing the hydrogen thing, getting hydrogenated helps relieve the muscle soreness quicker, so that's why I did it. But yeah, they're great. TikTok act effect kicking in. I know. Also, cheers, Jenny. I saw you joined the channel. Thank you for joining. If this is poor, I'll take no skips. Okay. Okay, very good, very good, very good. Familiar with German new medicine? I am a little bit. Yeah, I am a little. I know about German new medicine. There's some very interesting things in German new medicine for sure. 285 for aches. Okay, I'm gonna try that. Ted was doing the 220 thing for the lungs too. He doesn't do it consistently enough though. He needs to do it every day, and I know that he doesn't do it every day. 528 Records channel? 528 hertz. It's like, you know, in here, the heart chakra frequency-ish. On the tuning fork, it's called DNA Repair. But I like this tone. It's a soft, even tone. This is one of my favorite. Also in music, like, I feel like this tone is hidden when you do binaural beats. This frequency gets hidden in the music a lot better than other ones. And I find it to, you know, be very relaxing. But that's just me. Alright. So I was trying to find a picture of an HHO molecule, like how the bonds are set up, but it wouldn't show it to me online. It says H2O2 and then H2O, but not HHO. 440 Enigma. There's a whole bunch of frequencies that you can use on it. I love how it's adjustable and you can pick whichever one you want. So I find that to be very interesting, very useful. The talk last night with Chance and George got my gears turning. Love it. Yeah, I was watching a little bit of that too. I like every time I see George on a channel, I watch it. I should ask him to do a show on my channel. I just haven't yet. But I've been using his machine that somebody sent to me quite a bit. I've had my children use it. You know, I love it. Although, you know, I haven't been using it really long enough, I guess, to notice any long-term effects. And I'm also in pretty good health already, so I can't, you know, I can't really attest to, you know, health improvements as a result of using the Aqua Cure yet. I do notice a difference in how my lungs feel after breathing it though. It does feel like they're opened up, you know? It does feel that way. I feel like, you know, it's just like, it's like taking a deep breath of fresh air. Yeah, Alex, you know, we talked with Alex. There's my last the first member stream that I did. Since you have a membership, we talked about that a little bit. Alex joined the stream and we discussed some of that. Did it get you hacking up gunk from your lungs? You know what? I think it did trigger a sort of detox when I first started using it. And I don't know if that's a thing or not, but I feel like it did. Because I started using it and, you know, he says, oh, just use it for 10 minutes a day and work it up. Add 10 minutes the next day, work up to it or whatever, right? Well, you know me. I put that thing on and I was just dive right in, you know. Just sitting there breathing it, you know, and I think it did trigger a detox because remember a couple weeks ago, or was it like 2 or 3 weeks ago when I was sick, I was all stuffy and I was like, oh, I feel like shit. That was right after I started using the machine, right after I started using it. So whatever it did, I feel like it did trigger my body to go into a detox. And I just started, you know, I was all snotty and coughing stuff up for a little while. And I've gotten better now. But yeah, there for a minute, I think it did. And I was like, oh, maybe I was using too much too soon. And then I kind of backed off it a little bit. Yeah, I know nothing. Come on. You know something. You know something. CMG. That's so funny. 666 hertz is your fave? What is 666 hertz? I printed out all those frequencies that Christy sent me. I don't have it in here though. I think it's out there with the machine. But I did print them out. I think there was one use for 666 actually, but I don't remember what it was. I mean, you know, I don't have a problem with the number 666. I think people should not worry about if they see 66 or not, because 666 in the Bible, it says it's the number of the beast, but it's the number of man. You saw nothing. Anyway, do you remember when we were talking about magnetic maps? I did find the magnetic map that I was looking for that one day. This is the magnetic anomaly map that I was looking for, and I wanted to compare these mines to. But look at here. See how Madagascar has so much magnetic activity going on, and these flux lines here become very concentrated, like to and from Madagascar. There's definitely something going on here. But I just, you know, thought I could take a quick minute and show you guys these areas here, right here. These areas are the most prolific areas as far as finding crystals and fine gems. So, like, you know, what is this? This is like Vietnam, the Philippines, you know, this whole Asian part, China, right here. See how there's so much stuff, you know. I guess I don't need this mind map, but, you know, these areas, all of these areas, have a high mineral content with these high concentration of flux lines and these magnetic anomalies, you know, where these different points where the field is stronger, like right here. I mean, look at, like, this is where we had the gold rush, right? This whole coast right here. Alaska had a lot of gold. I think Alaska had more gold than California. And still does. I'm pretty sure actually the gold mining in Alaska is still pretty active compared to any gold mining that was ever done on the west coast of you know, like California and all that stuff. So, just as an aside, the spiders wanted to know if you want to come and chat. Oh, CMG, you should go talk to the spiders. That would be cool. I would stay up for that one. I'm such an old lady, man. I'll be getting in bed at like 9:30, 10 o'clock on nights that I don't have to stream. Like, Strange World is my late night. That's my latest night. Interesting. Yeah. Well, certain parts of Antarctica, yeah. I don't know how much mining they do in Antarctica, but, you know, right here in like the northern part of Australia, there's a lot of stuff that comes from there. This whole area. I mean, if you follow these highly you'll you know, and then just look it up, you'll see. They're earlier now? Are they? Veins of gold. Well, you know what? They call it a vein for crystals too. It's called a vein. You know? Maybe it's growing along one of these veins. Mm-hmm. 666 is the frequency that makes RV run away. I know, that's hilarious. Okay, well, ask Admiral Byrd. I was gonna talk about moon map stuff, but you guys sidetracked me into other stuff. Maybe I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a stream that's not a coffee talk stream, and it'll just be about moon map and piecing it together and discussing it. I think I'm gonna have to like formally plan it, because every time I start talking about it, I get sidetracked and I talk about something else. It was too late for a lot of people. Well, yeah, and then see, for Conspiracy Music Guru, he's 5 hours ahead in Spain, 5 or 6 hours. I don't know what it is now. So it would be like the middle of the night for him, even if it's earlier. Or it would be like super, super early in the morning. Right? YouTube creator Italian PNC has this really cool map on his channel. Would be midnight for him or some shit. Yeah, it would be midnight. I'm in bed by 10 p.m. Are you really? 'Cause I do that. I do. I go to bed early. It's freaking hilarious. Fell asleep watching spiders, woke up and they were still going at dawn. Yeah. So let me just, since I have all you guys in here in chat, what do you guys think about the moon map? Should we do a show on the moon map where we totally discuss it and break it down? Because I've thought about doing it for a while and then I just don't. I don't know about the moon map, but interesting. Well, here. Let me close this. Where's Taboo's channel? What's he, what are these little things he's uploading? Asinine Faith. I haven't watched those. So Taboo put up this video, right? Moon Map Revisited, because somebody was trying to say that the underwater features were matching the features on the map, supposedly. I couldn't hear the other day. Synopsis would be nice. I saw a few shows about it, but never looked into it. Yeah, but the way they make up, the way they come up with the moon map is contrived, though. That's my whole problem. This is my problem with the moon map. Okay, so they take a picture of the moon, and then they put it through Photoshop filters. Okay, and here's the problem with putting stuff through photo. Right off the bat, right there, that is a big red flag for me. Because look, watch this. So let me see if I can find a. Let me open a moon, a picture of a moon that I took. Okay, I'm gonna open one of my own pictures of the moon. Okay, so here's my picture that I took of the moon so that I know this is a real picture of the moon, right? So let me duplicate this so I have the original layer below, and then I'll only alter the layer on top so that we can hide it and, you know, and all that good stuff and compare. So what I'm gonna do is delete delete the background. Oh, no wonder my tolerance is set at 2. Oops. See, this is the other thing. In Photoshop, you can set the tolerance to your tools, okay? You set the tolerance. So if I delete the moon underneath, right? I mean, it can be completely subjective how you do these. So this is, you know, unedited. So then, still looks like a big booby. It's not Earth reflection. I don't think it's an Earth reflection either, and I also don't think it's a map. I think it's pareidolia. I think people are seeing what they want to see, right? So, let's see. So see how it's being put through different filters, like higher contrast, unsharp mask, blah, blah, blah. Like right then off the bat, okay, you're distorting it and it's arbitrary. Right? And then you just plop a dot on it. I mean, I just don't get how you can like draw this like distorted picture and then compare it to reality, because look at these land masses. They don't even look like they're the same shape as the land masses we know. I mean, vaguely, kinda, sorta, not really. And here's the thing. Like I said, the dark spots that they pick to make it match supposedly the land masses, it's completely subjective. No, it's not. They make it detailed using Photoshop. Don't you get it? See, this is why people are so fooled by this stuff. They're making it match. People are forcing it. It's humans working too hard to make it match. Right? So let's do these. Filter. What filters did he use? Oh yeah, unsharp mask. So check this out. Here's my problem. Okay, so you see, I wonder if do you guys see this dialog box? Okay, good. Now, do you see this dialog box for the unsharp mask filter? This is the unsharp mask filter that was being used on this last moon thing, right? Okay. Let me see. Here we go. So now I will take this over here. And so you can have a preview, right? So unsharp mask. And then you can sit here and you can move these sliders to do whatever you want it to do. So here I can increase the radius of these pixel size, the threshold, right? This isn't even doing anything. Is it? Or is it just not giving me a preview because it's too big of a file? Oh, here we go. Yeah, so here. Here we go. So I can sit here and I can move this slider, to give me any sort of, result that I want it to have. I can increase this. Look at this. So I can increase the amount, and I can just keep doing it until it looks about right. Oh, nope, that's not enough. Oh, right there. Oh, keep going. Keep going. Oh, nope, too far. I'm going to go back. Do you see how subjective this is? Okay, so there's the first problem. When you start talking about, like, first we're going to put it through a filter. Okay? It's subjective because the filters have different intensity. All these filters have different intensity. Like I can select this filter and I can say, okay, or I can do image, adjust, curves. I could do it this way as well. You can sit here and you can just arbitrarily move these little things everywhere and you can get it until it looks how you want it to look, right? So you can bring this over here, make the darkers dark, right? Over here, make the whiters white. You could just keep tweaking it until you start getting the result that you want, right? That's subjective. Yeah, but it's not, it's detailed because somebody created it in Photoshop. Don't you get it? Here's the thing. You see this? The reason it looks detailed is because somebody put that picture there and they put the suggestion in your mind. They're creating graphics to to create that confirmation bias, right? They're just you're arbitrarily picking this dark spot and that light spot. And oh, this one works and that one doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? Like it's arbitrary. And these different projections, I mean, it's just the same representation of the same. Anytime you look at a different projection, it's just a different representation of the same two-dimensional data. And they just take their spots and they plug it into the computer, and then the computer fills it out, right? Makes it conform to the new shape that you want to put your 2D, coordinate system on top of. How did they get the names of the moons on the names of the lands on the moon map? They made it up. That's what I'm saying. They made it up. Do y'all ever? No, I don't. Flat Squatch. I don't. All right, let's get into it. I guess I'm streaming late today. Fuck it. You find a specific location. Scale of the map is the ratio used to correct the distance on the map projection to the corresponding distance on the ground. Okay. Like, I agree with all that, but here's where I have a problem. Here's where I have the problem. It's like, here, actually, let me go to the main channel. You've got more stuff, right? Vibes of Cosmos. Right. See, I'm subscribed. I've watched all their crap. But this is somebody who's good at graphic design, and I don't understand why you guys don't get it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you can take these textures and you can apply it to any shape you want. With Photoshop, it's called the rubber stamp tool, the duplicator tool, So when you guys are saying that the map is detailed, it's only that way because somebody took the time to take these images and take them into Photoshop and manipulate them, right? And to manipulate them. So let's take a screenshot if I can get a good one here. Let me see. And we'll put it on top of the moon that's in my, I don't know if this one has like a backed out version. Here we go. Okay, so this is their map. Oops, let me do this. Take a screenshot of it. So here's my moon. I took this picture, so that really is the moon. Whenever I do mess around with this, I always use my own moon pictures because I'm not using somebody's possibly altered moon picture. You know what I'm saying? So where's my open dialog box? Oh, it's not up yet. Here we go. So then you take the map. Okay, so here's our screenshot. So now, if I put this map next to the unaltered moon, does it look detailed now? You know what I'm saying? Does it look like the moon now? Or does it look like the moon after you watch the video where it starts with the moon and then they do all this stuff in Photoshop and they go, oh, look, it's all matchy-matchy. And everybody goes, oh, look at the matchy-matchy. No, it's not matchy-matchy. It doesn't look anything like reality. And it also completely ignores time zones. So, I'm not entirely sure what the explanation for that part is, but just on this, like, can you even tell which way it goes? Which way does it go? Where's Africa? Where's America? How does it go? Does it go this way? Is it supposed to be like this? Or no, it's like the other way. It's like this, right? Is that it? Is this supposed to be Africa? Where's the rest of it? Okay, so I'm guessing it goes like this. Is this it? Let me see, maybe if I make the opacity go down, it'll be easier to line it up. So, is it like this? Is that it? No. Or is it this way? Which way does it go? Is it that way? It's just a piece in the corner. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But they use this blotchy part right here, right? I mean, if it's so detailed and this is really what it is, why isn't it like, why can't we do this without all this Photoshop manipulation? That's what I don't get. Like, it should just be obvious if it really had anything to do with the land masses. I can't even figure out which way this goes. Okay, let me go back to the video. Because unless my moon has been completely altered, you can't even tell which way it's supposed to fucking go. Once the moon has been completely changed from what it actually looks like, then you can say, oh, it looks like this. So, what are we doing? Inverting it? First, we're inverting it, right? First of all, this is not right here. This is not what the moon looks like. Oh, you have to mirror it. Okay, so the moon map of Earth is so ridiculous. How could you possibly ever prove that? But hot damn, this topic will get you some clicks, right? I'm telling you. People love this stuff. So first of all, the moon is made to look like this. That's not what the moon looks like, though. This is a moon that's put through an arbitrary Photoshop filter. I just showed you how arbitrary those filters are. So look, go back to our moon. So let me hide this. Okay, so here's my moon. I think maybe I need a little more brightness on my moon. Let's do a little more contrast. Let's darken these spots up a little bit. Okay, let's make it easier. Well, I'm just gonna play along. Let's just play along. Okay, so there. I've made the moon a little bit more contrasty. So here, I'll put on my original. So I've gone from this to this. Not super different. I'd say that's still pretty true to the original moon. But also look right here in this lower left quadrant right here. Okay? Already losing detail there. Okay, so clearly it's changed a little bit already. Okay, so now, what's the next move? Flip the moon or flip that Earth map? Well, hold on. Okay, so is it supposed to be a reflection? Because I remember the guy saying on the stream the other night that it wasn't supposed to be a reflection. So is it supposed to be a reflection or not? Okay, so let's see. All right, how about this? Okay, image, transform, Okay, we're gonna further manipulate some shit. Edit, transform, flip, vertical. Okay? Is that good? Is it matchy matchy? Let's see. I still don't see it being matchy matchy, y'all. Okay, here. Let's see. We'll rotate it a little more. So we're going to take a really good look at Africa for one thing, because this, I can already see the bullshit. Okay, so let me try to get it to the right size, which is very difficult because this is some bullshit. This is some bullshit, y'all. Come on. All right. Maybe I got to rotate it more. Maybe smaller. Fuck, man. I don't know. Anyway, so, okay. So there's our, now it should be in the right orientation, right? Okay, so now let's look at what we're deriving this from. Okay? Let's look at where we're deriving this from. What the hell? How are they getting that for Africa? Because I see a big split here. This looks like something completely different than this. So this right here alone, the Africa part is a big fucking reach. Because look at this. Okay, so now let's do the, I can't remember all the filters they use. Anyway, so this, then they invert it. So you go from this altered moon to an inverted moon. And then to that. Okay, so check this out. Come on. Slow, playback speed, 0.25. Okay, so let's watch super slow, the fade. Okay. All right. What happened to this big white spot here? Why is that just being ignored? You know what I'm saying? Like this. And what is this? What is this? Is that supposed to be something? Where's America? You know, oh, okay. That's supposed to be America. Okay, so now if I look at the moon, the unaltered moon image right here, these down here that are supposed to be the Americas, they're like coming from nowhere. They're like coming from nowhere. Look at these, you know, you see how I'm saying how this arbitrary, you know, add contrast here, add, you know, take contrast there, use this filter, how much intensity on the filter, and you can literally make this thing look however you want it to look. So here, let's see. How about, there's another filter that we could show here. Which one is it? It's the posterize. Sharpen, render, stylize, solarize. Polar coordinates, shear, spherized, roll wave. Oh, here we go. No. Pinch. Filter. Let me do the filter gallery. So let me show you this. Oh, let me put this on the other page so you can watch this. This is perfect. Okay, so here, when you bring it up in the filter gallery, it's still too big. Hold on. So when you bring it up in the filter gallery, so here's my moon picture. Okay? Here, posterize edges. I can just change this number over here on the side, and it will change how it looks. See, look. I could just keep tweaking it until I get the right effect that I want, or shape that I want, or thickness that I want, or relief or darkness or whatever, right? Like, I can just keep going, you know, and I could selectively leave stuff out and I can add stuff in. But as long as you're good enough at your graphic design and playing with Photoshop, you can make it look however you want it to look. So what about this? I can go in here. Oh, maybe this filter will do it more. Give me what I want. Oh, here we go. Highlight area. Green. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, how many different ways can we sit here and mess around until we get the result that we want? Right? So I have flipped the map and I've reversed it. And so, you know, I still don't see matchy-matchy. I see where somebody took the blotches and tweaked them out to make them kinda, sorta, not even really fall into the same area, the same, you know, layout that the AE map is in, but it's not even that. It's not even close to being the same. Look at America. Why is North America look like this? This is not even close to being real. So what do the AE map proponents say about the huge difference in shape of these continents? I mean, this is ridiculous. Africa doesn't look anything like the Africa that we know. And then what gets me is when I take this off, where did it go? Where's the cape? The cape is gone. That point is gone. There's no point there. And how come yeah. And then look at, okay, so there's this light spot that falls between what is supposed to be Africa and then Europe, right? Like that's supposed to be the Mediterranean, but the shape right here, it doesn't even match the shape that's on the map. It's not even close to being the same. So, you know, I don't know, maybe my definition of very detailed and your definition of very detailed are very different, but I don't see any resemblance whatsoever to any sort of known landmass or map that we know about. Starting to look like Pluto with the Disney dig in it. Correlation, mostly contrast filter. Contrast? Okay, well, let's do some contrast. Let's see. So here, contrast is different. So you could do image adjustments here, right? There's a filter gallery. There's a filter menu where you apply different filters, which is where you're going to find your poster edges, your unsharp mask, that sort of thing, which I know was being used on the moon map. Or you can go over here to adjustments, brightness and contrast. Right? So I'll bring that. So brightness and contrast here. And again, these have sliders, right? So you can bring it up and down and place it wherever you want, right? So you can increase the brightness and then that gets washed out. Oh, so you increase the contrast and it makes the darkers dark, you know, and then you can just, you see how arbitrary this is? There's really nothing scientific about any of this. It's all about, you know, you having an imagination and having Photoshop and making a fancy graphic and then creating a confirmation bias and putting fancy music over it. You know, this is, what else can I say? And maybe it makes me boring, maybe it upsets people, but and I don't have any problem with people, exploring these ideas and stuff, but you gotta really put it through the same, give it the same scrutiny that you gave the globe when you tried to debunk flat Earth, right? You got to put everything through the same scrutiny. You can't just take these, arbitrary points, these made up pictures, these false images, and then use them to prove a point that doesn't exist. So that's, and every time I see this thing come up, I ask the same questions, and there's just no answer for them. This is pure fantasy. It's somebody just making stuff up. I remember seeing a video a while ago. There was actually, let me see if I can find it, because somebody had made it was like from a Spanish channel. It was from a Spanish channel, and they had made a video about it. This was a couple years ago, and I remember it thinking, you know what, that's like the most intriguing thing I've ever seen as far as possibly being, proof that the features on the map have some sort of relevance or relation to the map we know now. However, they were looking at something totally different than Vibes of Cosmos. It's like people saw that one video and then ran with it and went in a completely different direction. I have no idea where that video is. I'd have to look around again. But I don't have it right now. I'm not going to waste time looking for it. But I did save it. But nobody has gone back to that original idea. It's all been changed forward from then. Well, make some then. Make some what? Conspiracy Music Guru, great to see you. Hope to see you and Jim in Vegas. Yeah, baby, Vegas. There are lands there, but they are underwater. Of course there's land underwater. What do you think the water sits in? The water needs a container, so of course there's land under the water. I mean, listen, I'm open to suggestions. Make some fakery. See, that's just it. I don't like making fakery. I'll debunk the fakery. You know what I did one time though? For my asteroid video, I made fake asteroids. I made fake asteroids that look exactly like NASA asteroids with different types of nuts. I mean, it's so easy to fake this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, I could, but I just don't want to. I don't like that. I don't want to make up things that are fantasy. I don't want to make up things that I don't want to. I just don't like spending time on things that I feel are not going to add to my life in any way. When I spend time watching stuff or consuming any sort of information or knowledge, it's usually because it's something that I expect to, in some way, shape, or form, improve my life in some way, or add value to my life, or add, knowledge to my base so that I can add value to your life by talking about those things on my streams when you guys come here and watch me. I don't want a bunch of people to come here and watch me and like me spoon feed them a bunch of made up bullshit, because that's how we got here in the first place, is people making up bullshit and everybody eating it and believing it like it's true. I don't want that. I don't want to contribute to that. I want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. This is why I discuss stuff like this. It's why I have no problem being the contrarian to all of these trendy things that come out all the time, like Tartaria and Mudflood and, and all these ridiculous things that people are saying that aren't true and have no value and have no sort of backing behind it. It's a complete dismissal of everything we know in reality, It's a complete dismissal of everything we've already learned after waking up to flat Earth for the last 8 years. And I feel like, you know, people are just so willing to just throw all that away, just to jump on board with some other thing that is going to lead nowhere, right? So that's my rant for today. What a wonderful day. I made $500 in 4 hours. Hey, good job, FE Nation. Good job. Yes, Flattoberfest will be October 21st and 22nd, 2023 in Las Vegas, Nevada. Nom 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 bullshit, nom nom nom. Thank you, Brianna. Aw. Cheers. Anyway, you know, regardless of what you think about me and what you think about the moon map, maybe you like the moon map. Okay, you can like the moon map. But if you ask me about the moon map, I'm going to tell you what I think. And I think that it's a dead end. It's a waste of time. I mean, even when I inverted the piece and got it in the right spot, it doesn't match what I see on the moon. Like, not even close, you guys. Look how much changes and how much manipulation has to go into the image to get from this to this. And it doesn't even match correctly. It's not even right. And it doesn't even look like any map that we know. I mean, just the difference between the space here between South Africa and South America should tell you guys that this is not right, because there are shipping lanes and there are flights that go from West Africa or East Africa to South America. I mean, that's a real thing. They ship it. There's flights. So like, if this was really the lay of the land, then those things that go on today in commerce just wouldn't be possible. And by the way, that's a really good way to verify whether something is true or not, is look at the commerce surrounding the logistics of certain things that you're proposing. If certain things that you're proposing don't work in commerce, or commerce shows evidence of things working a certain way, then it's most likely the way it works as far as commerce, right? Because money is a major motivator. It's what all these corporations and stuff, these global corporations, you know, they're all set up around commerce, right? So if something was not physically possible to do in the real world, then they wouldn't be making money doing it, okay? So just think about that. Think about how many things you have to completely ignore to think that that has any resemblance to the plane that we're living on. It just doesn't work. Anyway. Sounding like Crow. I'm sorry. Is that bad? Just sent me something on FE. Okay, let me check. I have to open that window. I'll open it right now. Oh yeah, baby. I love it. I love it. I'm saving that right now. I'm saving that right now. You guys want to see what Alex sent? It's killer. Welcome to Flattoberfest. Fabulous Flattoberfest. Ah. I'm totally going to use that for something. Thank you. I had another one that I set up like that, but it doesn't say Flattoberfest. It still says Las Vegas, but I put, where it says fabulous, I put Flat Earth, Las Vegas, and then it says Flat Earth, Las Vegas. Let me see if I can find. Okay, I can't find it. Oh, here we go. Here's a picture of it. Like this. I did it like this. Flat Earth, Las Vegas, 2023. I love it. I love it. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. No, not at all. Just one of those things. Nothing worse than a dead end. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, damn, still going. I know, no despair, bear. I'm really going long today because I started talking about the moon map because like I wanted to talk about it earlier and then I didn't, and then it came up again, and then so I tried to go ahead and just go forward with that. Wait, is this supposed to be like this? I still don't know. This just doesn't... Let me see. I'm gonna try. What am I looking at back here? Let me go like this. Okay. Now does it fit? No. It still doesn't look right. Like, look at here. You see this is the Saudi Arabia Peninsula here? And the sword? Come on. Where is it here? It's not even existent here. They completely had to add in the Saudi Arabia Peninsula. Because it's not even there. Sri Lanka's on the wrong side. Or wait, no, we mirrored it, so it should be that side. I swear, I forgot. But still, like, North America is almost non-existent right here. If you're going by these dark spots, and then how come, here's another thing. How come this part of the dark spot has been completely left out for the quote-unquote supposed North Pole or islands in the center, but then when you turn it off, it's dark right there? Like, how do you even, like, you know, how do you even move on to underwater features? And much less underwater features that are being compared from Google Earth, which is a globe. And then you're getting to, like, reification, and you're using a globe model to start verifying things. I mean, you're completely using two different, you know, spaces for one thing. You're using like a flat map or a map that's been wrapped around a ball to verify a flat map, supposedly. I mean, then you're trying to compare two distorted images. So anyway, I still don't see it. But do you see why people think this, or you just don't see it? No, I don't see it. That's what I'm saying. I don't see it because look, there was a time when I thought it was possible based on this one video that I watched a long time ago. It looked like, oh, that's interesting to get into, right? But then, you know, and then Vibes of Cosmos channel came out, and as you can see, I showed you, I'm subscribed, I watched that shit. I watched him do all this stuff. I watched the videos as it came out, but like as time got on, I just was like, and it didn't even really take me that long. It's like, you know what, this is just not, it's just not true. This is just, there's too much manipulation going on to get to this point, and this point is not very good. That's the problem I have with it. First, you have to go through all these arbitrary filters in Photoshop that have different intensities and different settings, which you could set to anything basically that you want. You can just keep tweaking it until you get the start that you want. And then they've added stuff. They've taken stuff away. They've left some of the dark spot out, and then they've added other spots in, like the peninsula. I mean, and then what is supposed to be Madagascar? It just looks nothing like it to me. It looks nothing like it to me. The only time it starts to look something like it is after somebody does a bunch of Photoshop processing. Therefore, it is a graphic design. It's somebody's fantasy that they made up. Don't you get it? But they're not going to. You know, that's why, I mean, does anybody talk to that person? I mean, it is a stretch. It's a stretch. I mean, you're taking arbitrary shapes on the moon, and then they're making them match the continents which don't match the continents that we know. Like, let's get a AE map in here and then look at that side by side, right? Because that's another thing you don't really see very often, right? Well, they did in Taboo's video, which to me made it even more obvious that it was not. Or let me do Gleason's. So here we go. Here's the Gleason's map. Or, you know what I could do, actually? Let me try this. I think this one will be easier to lay on top. Why does it come in black and white? Cancel. Open. No. Don't save. File. But I want it in color. Color. Thank you. Color. Here we go. So I'll close this. This is going to be easier to isolate. So let me take this. Edit, copy, edit, paste. Okay, so here is where the placement actually is. Hardly refutable, right? Oh, well, I guess I have to flip this one because it's all inverted. So, edit, transform, flip. Okay, we'll go inverted. I mean, come on, you guys. Come on, buddy. So, Africa, way huge. Let me make this a little bigger. I'll put this up here. Try to get this down here out of the way. So Australia doesn't even look, it's not even recognizable. Europe, North America, let's see. I mean, the proportions aren't even close to being right. Look at... And then what is this? Big extra landmass. Is this supposed to be... What is the big extra landmass? Is that supposed to be like the hidden continent? Does this show up underwater? So where's the Antarctic Circle on the moon map? Yeah, I don't know. There isn't one. That's what I'm saying. The Antarctica completely disappeared, right? So under South America, you're supposed to have that archipelago or that peninsula that comes out where the McMurdo, blah, 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 and all that is, and that's completely gone. But yet we know that there's land masses there, do we not? Yet there isn't any sort of hint of it there. So, you know, I don't know. There's just too much stuff missing. Too much stuff doesn't match. It's too subjective. the filters that you use to get from the original moon image to get to a high contrast image where you can even start to try to decipher where the continents are is so arbitrary and subjective, again, to whatever settings you use on your Photoshop filter. You could make it look like whatever you wanted to make it look like. Michael Jacko and Dan Butler had an interesting video I watched in June 22. What is it about? They claim Antarctica is a combination of points on the surrounding land masses. Oh. Okay, well, where's the surrounding land mass for Antarctica below South America, which is the most used point to get to Antarctica, is it not? I'm sorry, but that's the most used point, and there's nothing there? So what is it? This little thing is supposed to be the Antarctica? Is that what it is? Because I don't think so. It's super reaching. Anyway, I just thought, it would be a good idea to at least go over it. I don't even have to spend that much time on it, but I don't know. That's pretty much where I'm at on the moon map. I just feel like there's too much manipulation going on. You have to try too hard to make it match. And then after you try so hard to make it match, it still doesn't match. So, yeah, just a big nothing burger as far as I'm concerned. Oh, XCA, I don't know what that is. Why can't flat earthers come together? I don't have a problem. I'm not trying to argue with anybody or call anybody names, or I'm not calling anybody a shill. I'm not trying to start shit. This is just my opinion of the moon map and why I don't buy it, why I don't think it's relevant, why I don't spend any time on it, because I can sit here and poke holes in all kinds of stuff about it all day long. And then if I wanted to move forward and actually, make something of this, I have to ignore all of my unanswered questions to do it. And that's not, I'm sorry, but that's just not my game, baby. That's not my bag. Oh my God, what did you drop in Telegram? Let's see. Oh, it's the documentary to Cosmos. Vibes of Cosmos. Let's see. I'll open it. It's a PNG, so it's not going to have layers. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So, okay, well, check this out. How come Australia all of a sudden looks like Australia again? Oh, okay, here, let's do this. How about I'm gonna bring my moon into that file. How about that? Don't save. I'm gonna bring my moon into that file. Okay? So here's my moon. Boop, boop, boop. I won't even use my altered moon. I'll use a fresh moon. Okay? Fresh moon. Unaltered. And let me get rid of my black background on my moon. Okay? So here... My God, you guys, I just don't get it. All right, so this is supposed to be the whole face of the moon. Tycho craters up here. Yeah. Okay, okay, so this guy's looking at something totally different. Or I have to flip the moon. Okay, hold on. Image. That's where it gets confusing because it has to be flipped. So image, edit, transform, flip. Okay, now we're flipped. So we should be the right orientation. Okay. So now let me make it the same size as the map on this. Oops. We don't want it distorted. It's enough distortion. Okay, so here. Okay. Ba-ba-ba. Da-da-da. 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 Okay, so there. Does everybody agree this is a pretty close to being placed right there on the center? Okay. Let's see. Well, what the hell's going on here? Why is it not right? Okay, I'm gonna duplicate this moon. I'm gonna hide the original moon unaltered, and I'm going to edit the image of this moon. Let's do curves. Let's increase some contrast here, right? We'll do a little bit of that. Image, adjust, brightness, contrast. A little bit more contrast maybe. Okay. That will help bring out the doo-doo. All right. So now we have this altered moon image. So here you can see original and then altered for higher, more brightness and more contrast. Okay. We'll hide this other one. Now let's see. This is weird because check this out. The Tycho crater is right here. I'm going to put a dot where Tycho crater is. Let's just do some things where we mark. We'll just mark it. Right? Okay, so here's Tycho crater. Okay. On this map. Right? Tycho crater. Okay, we'll just put that dot right there. So when I take off the moon, look at where Tycho crater is over here. So where's the moon boundary on this? I feel like they've added something. This isn't right. Something's going on. So let me see. So I'm going to duplicate my altered moon. So now I have 3 moons. I'm going to hide this second moon. And now I'm going to shrink it a little bit and see if I can line up Tycho crater where it is on this. Right. Okay, so there my Tycho crater is lined up. But now my land masses don't line up. So what's up with that? What's up with that, y'all? Okay, so we'll just move on from there, okay? So Tycho crater doesn't line up. But let's see. Does this even line up? Okay, well, first of all, I just want to have you guys notice that this doesn't even line up to the moon image. Because look at this. We'll just turn it off and on. Okay, so Tycho crater up at the top, not lining up with my Tycho crater. But my land masses seem to be relatively close to where they're putting land masses. I mean, you can see the dark spot here right under where they say that's Africa, right? Maybe it needs to be rotated a little bit more. Like there, look at Australia. Okay, I'll rotate it just a touch. I think that's how it's supposed to be. So Australia, how convenient on the moon map. Let's do a little back and forth. So on the moon map, look here. He just changes the shape of the blotch to make it look like Australia. Right? Okay. How convenient. And this Lemuria, look how close this shit is to China. What is this supposed to be over here? If this is Australia and that's America, so this is supposed to be like Japan, China, right? The eastern countries, right? So, and then they have this giant landmass right next to it. Is this supposed to be like a landmass that is now non-existent? Is it an underwater thing? Why is it here? And how come this doesn't get ignored, but this does? This crazy blotch on this crazy missing darkness on Australia doesn't. Why not? How come that gets ignored, but this doesn't, right? So, okay. Now, again, Africa, you have to bridge the gap here. There's these light spots. There's this huge white crater here, here, here that completely get ignored, right? So that you can, oops, no, that's this one. That completely get ignored so that you can bridge the gap between, you know, this dark spot and that dark spot, so you can make, you know, some sort of Africa shape, although really it's not an Africa shape at all. Then, so let's go over here. Here we have, that is supposed to be like the north, right? The center. This says Greenland and the 4 islands and stuff in the center. Oh, I keep doing the wrong thing. This one. So where does this fall at? You know what I'm saying? How come this dark spot gets ignored, but this doesn't? And now you have this extra landmass. So this spot here gets added to the map, and then this whole blotch right here, which is supposed to be the north, gets completely left out. Arbitrarily, you guys. Arbitrarily. So who decides which part gets added and which part doesn't? Are we officially lunatics now? You're confusing me now? Exactly, because it's confusing. Because it doesn't make any sense. It's not based in reality. And what the hell happened to North America on this map? I mean, this is how I know that Americans didn't make this. Because this person has no idea what America is supposed to look like. So, uh-oh, I think I'm getting a delivery. My dog's going nuts. So again, who chooses which dark spots get included in the map and which ones do not? And which ones where? And why the north is here? And why is stuff moving? Do you see what I'm saying? So in fact, let me bring this thing over here to this. Okay. And we'll roll this around. Right? Oh wait, this is flipped back to normal. So this is a mirrored moon map image. So I gotta flip my thing back around. So image, edit, transform, flip. Okay, so we'll make it back to the right way again. Okay. Rotate. Okay. And again, what's going on here? I mean, North America, like half of it's gone. And then there's some crazy landmass here. By the way, that is so close to Asia. You don't think that people wouldn't have seen a landmass that large in the Pacific? I actually do think that there's a landmass missing in the Pacific. I think it's possible for them to hide it, but it's not going to be that big, you guys. I mean, it's not going to be bigger than North America and South America combined. I mean, this is almost as big as Europe and Asia right here, like a whole nother landmass taking up the whole ocean. Not to mention the time zones. Look at these wonky time zones. Does the sun go really, really fast on this side and then slow on this side? I mean, the time zones don't make any sense, right? So, anyway, anybody have any questions? That map is more made up than the moon. The Tibetan, which map? Why would Polaris be on the moon map? Who found 1,000 islands near Japan? Do you understand how much shipping goes on right up next to the coast of countries? Like when you look at shipping lanes, all the ships hug the coastline of the countries. They really hug the coastline. They're very rarely are they out in wide ass open ocean. They modified that map to shape like the moon. That's what I'm saying. This is pure contrivance. You know, they're very creative. You know, they've put a lot of thought into it, but it's just not reality. What is this? Why is there a point on Tycho? I can't read this writing because I don't speak that language. Anyway, it's a fantasy. I mean, it's a fantasy. I don't really know what else to say about it. Look up thousands of islands found near Japan. Okay. Let's look it up. If I could type. Why does this say 7,000? Japan just found 7,000 islands it didn't know it had. I find this very hard to believe. Why do I just find this so hard to believe? Japan has recounted its islands and discovered it has 7,000 more than previously thought. Okay, listen. Here's my prediction. I'm going to read through this article, and at the end, I'm going to wonder if this is related to global whatever. What are they saying this is for? Digital mapping by the Geospatial Information Authority of Japan recently found there to be 14,125 islands in Japanese territory, more than double the figure of 6,852 that has been in official use since 1987. However, the GSI this week stressed that the new figure reflected advances in surveying technology and the detail of maps used for the count. It did not change the overall area of land in Japan's possession. It said that while there is no international agreement on how to count islands, it had used the same size criterion as the previous survey 35 years ago. That entailed counting all naturally occurring land areas within a circumference of at least 1,000 meters. The new number does not include any artificially reclaimed land. I don't know. I find that to be like BS. Did you know that Japan comprises of blah 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 islands, 6,000 islands? What does this mean? Is the map of Japan changing? Not really. The discovery of a whopping 7,000 islands is unlikely to change anything about Japan's size or territorial waters. This is because the new islands discovered were previously ignored as they were within lakes or rivers. Here we go. Now we're getting to the crux of what's really going on here with their clickbait title. The new islands discovered were previously ignored as they were within lakes or rivers. So this is like everything Now they're saying like everything that is surrounded by water is considered an island. Also, Japan is a country with high volcanic activity, so it has led to the creation and unknown destruction of several islands in the last 35 years. Regarding Japan's territorial waters, since the islands are pretty much found within the already established waters, it is unlikely to change the status quo. And there you go. We just found out the reality of it. The new islands discovered were previously ignored as they were within lakes or rivers. Okay? So, not really. How about if someone stitched together loads of screenshots of Google Earth, zoomed in, and made one huge image file? Does anyone have a beefy enough PC to do that? I don't know. That's a good idea. I've actually thought about doing that. Is taking the screenshots of the smaller areas that are on a square grid, and then just building a file where all the square grid meshes together. I've thought about doing that. I have not taken on the task of doing it yet because it's going to be time consuming, but I think that's a good idea. Debunked fake news, yeah. We're all in a huge lake. Oh, I haven't checked Rockfin for a minute. 3B, Big Body Bub, sure would love to hear your research and take on what? Moon map. Just use that tan circle in the corner. Hey, Flouties. I decided to let the hive mind work on it for a while. I agree there is too much grasping for the prospect for hidden lands. I will admit it's highly interesting, but also a path to make money fabricating myth and talking with bold confidence. Yes, exactly. Good to do some self-research about this. It's fun stuff, but I refuse to get frustrated about it or led into a time-sucking rabbit hole. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't really spend a lot of time on these things. James Carter. It's too early to commit to this moon map, and too much confidence can ripple credibility. If we get too confident about this, it's true we are a long way from understanding it. The claim is that the moon map is an ancient version of previous lands within our realm. Could be. Well, it also could be bullshit. Lands that are under the water or wiped out, possibly. Yeah. I mean, it, you know, could be this, could be that. What if? It's a big what if. You know, and I don't like to, it's not to discourage anybody from exploring stuff like this, but here's the thing, you gotta stop yourself at a certain point, if you're working on stuff like this, and be like, okay, well, how far from reality am I getting by going through these certain steps, right? So yes, this map is detailed, but it's detailed because this guy made it that way. It's not detailed because that's how it is in reality. Anyways, I just hope that I give you guys something to think about in this regard. You know. And, I can't validate this AE map either. However, it does work well when, and I'll go back to commerce, okay? Anything that's related with shipping, money, the economy, anything that goes on between countries, as far as commerce and stuff, things that happen in reality, things that are monetarily driven, which, I mean, if something's, you got to follow the money. And just about any sort of deception, trace the money. If this map does not lend to, actual reality, things that are done in commerce can't be done on this map, that they are on this map. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? This map jives with reality. I can't verify it, especially the center of it. I have questions for sure, but it does make sense in what we know about how things that do go on in the world, and that's just, because those things will either verify or debunk whatever it is you have a question about most of the time. Woke up early enough to see this live. 16 Alpha V, I'm going late and I'm also about to wrap it up. That's hilarious that you think you woke up early and I'm almost done. I find that really funny. Thank you for trying, but it's not a strong case. I can't roll with this. Okay. Listen, Capono number 2. If you have to completely disregard, if you're okay with disregarding all of the problems and points that I brought up to move forward with the moon map, that's your prerogative. But I'm not going to do it, and I'm not going to waste my time on it. I mean, you know, I'm sorry. It just doesn't work in reality, and it also doesn't match when I'm sitting here putting my picture that I took of the moon over this map, and it doesn't even match my moon. So something weird is going on here with this map. Anyway, you have fun with that. Yeah, my longest stream, I know. Because I started talking about this stupid moon map. Anyway. Yeah. So that's that. Cheers, James. Thanks for the tip. The personal walk in our limited time here is more important. Yeah, I hear you. See, that's why I'm saying I would rather focus on things that become a solution to all the problems that we're identifying in the world rather than look at this, fantasy story. Not that there's anything wrong with fantasy, I still like some science fiction, and I'll watch a movie once in a great while. Ted and I will sit down and we'll watch a flick or something one night. It's okay, but as far as my investigation of the realm and where we live, I don't want to deal with fantasy. I don't want to deal with fantasy. I don't want to deal with inaccuracies. I don't want to deal with things that have no evidence, no backing, no value. I mean, this is just my opinion. You guys do whatever you want to do. All right. Well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed the show. It was a long one. Definitely a long one. So, anyway, I guess I'll wrap it up now. Swallow a blue pill every once in a while. Fantasy's okay. Stories are okay. But you have to just know that that's what they are. You know what I'm saying? You can enjoy Star Wars, but just know you're never going to get in the Millennium Falcon, and you're never going to go, travel 8 parsecs to a new solar system and go fight against the Death Star, right? That's not going to fucking happen. But it's okay to watch those movies and enjoy them, as entertainment, okay? Maybe this is your entertainment. Maybe as somebody who looks into stuff, this is your entertainment. Maybe you can't enjoy normal entertainment anymore, and this is your entertainment. Okay, fine. But don't be coming around here acting like that shit is real, because it ain't. You can't, well, you can do things to make life better. I don't think that everything's going to be solved. Life's not going to become perfect, but you can certainly do things to become better, to make life better, to make it easier to, live your life to its fullest and not be a slave, not be a debt slave your whole life. You know what I'm saying? There's things that we can do. We aren't just stuck to the influence and the sway. We're not stuck being subjected to the influence of the beast system, right? You can do different things to not be in that anymore, or to not be as influenced by it anymore. You can say no. You have the right to say no. You can decline things. You can choose to do other things. That's what I mean by being part of the solution. Never say never. I'm sure Disney theme parks will have a Millennium Falcon ride at some point, right? But will you actually be leaving Earth? No. No. Yeah, I know. Yeah, unlimited love. That's what's up. I don't know. Speaking of which, I do this out of love. I feel like, maybe people people like to say, oh, Karen's being a Karen. Of course your name is Karen. But, you know, I do this because I care. Like, somebody cared enough to point out to me that we didn't live on a globe. And I thought it was bullshit because I had already made my mind up that I believed that we did. And somebody cared enough to subject themselves to ridicule to open my eyes to the truth. And so I'm just paying it forward, man. I'm just here to try to help you find truth. Now, am I always right? No. But I'm going to scrutinize shit that comes across my path like a motherfucker. Because of the lesson I learned when I woke up to Flat Earth and I spent 35 years as an adult, you know, from a child all the way up to well into my adult life, believing somebody's lies and fantasies. And I just don't want to do that anymore. And so that's why I care. That's why I do what I do. It's why I scrutinize stuff. So anyway, I hope that you guys enjoyed the talk. I hope that you, you know, maybe have something to think about, something more to think about. I mean, you know, maybe this will trigger a new trend. Maybe somebody will find some new information and we'll have to go debunk that too. I don't know. But anyway, thanks for being here with me. I'm going to wrap it up now, a little bit late here on this Moonday. It is now afternoon. I do appreciate you all being here. I appreciate the calls, the tips. You guys are the best. Also, I will be back tomorrow evening, 10 p.m. My late night show with Mark Sargent. And that'll be fun, as usual. And then I will also be back Saturday for anti-religious scripture study and possibly somewhere in between. I've been doing shows on Friday. What I think I might do is alternate Fridays as I've been doing it. I may alternate Friday morning shows. So like every other Friday will be a Coffee Talk Friday episode. And then alternating Fridays, I think I'm going to do a members only stream. So where last Friday was a Coffee Talk Friday, this coming Friday will be a members only stream. So while I don't like to commit and add more work for myself, it seems to have been working out okay. I can't guarantee that I will keep that schedule. But you know, it's fun. I like doing the morning shows because it's just a different vibe and I can't stay up late because I'm an old lady. All right, you guys, like I said, thanks for being here and I will maybe see you Friday. All right. Have a good one. And for those who wish to send me stuff through snail mail, you can send it to P.O. Box 10, Earl, North Carolina, 28038. There are also links below for Flat Earth merch, and you can send me donations. And I do appreciate all the support. Sincerely, thank you very much. Also, please go to flatearthfestivals.com for all information about upcoming Flattoberfests and Flat Earth-friendly local meetups. If you are organizing a local Flat Earth meetup, email me at flatearthfestivals@protonmail.com with your meetup information to have it listed on the website for free. For everything else, you can email me at karenbfe@protonmail.com. Thank you for being here.